I'm gonna make sure everything's working. Alright, YouTube seems to be working, I think.
Whoa, shocking.
It's working. Yeah. Okay, for Twitter, it's for some reason says Kong-rey. It's not supposed to say that. I changed the title, so I don't know why it says Kong-rey. We'll have to live with it. Alright, so how strong do you all think it is?
I would say probably around 80 knots.
Oh wow, okay. That
I feel
weak,
like
huh? Okay, just high in Cat
I
1,
would say
maybe
like
Category
90.
There is
2.
no, there
I
is
would
no
say
internal
probably
pressure.
around 90 or so.
Mm-hmm.
90, 95.
No, it's 80 knots.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete
It's
mess.
That's the problem.
There's actually something interesting to say out of this.
Mm-hmm.
As stupid as it sounds, the conditions were too good.
Yeah.
The con-
Explain that.
the conditions were too perfect. The system, basically, when you have a system in stupidly low shear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Think of eyewall formation.
Yep.
When you have an inner eyewall in, let's say, 10 knots of shear, and you, like, it's a stadium eye or something like that. Think of how stable that is.
Yeah.
It, like Mawar is the perfect example. Think of how stable Mawar was for like days before eventually its 1 hour replacement cycle.
Mm-hmm.
When shear lessened even further, note. So what happens with really, really low shear, especially with small eyes, is it makes the outer eyewall formation process extremely easy.
And that's what's happened here.
So,
You can clearly see an outer eye on radar.
and Kong-rey was the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it had one of the largest eye walls that I've ever seen for a strong system,
Kong-rey,
and it still started an hour replacement cycle.
Yes.
Kong-rey's overall typhoon force wind field was well over 300 miles wide, and that is not something I have ever seen before in a system.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean,
didn't
this
think
was such an
Kong-rey
easy storm to
could
undergo an
do an
eyewall
eyewall
replacement
replacement
cycle.
cycle.
As it just has such a
It
small
was,
eyewall.
if the Philippines landmass wasn't there and there was water there instead, this would still become really strong. But unfortunately for the storm, but fortunately for them, it's going to run out of time. So it's going to hit
Yep.
land in about 6 hours.
This setup is something more. It's, I guess, the best way to describe it is the inner core evolution is very similar to something you would see in like 2015, way out in the Westpac MDR, like an Otsani, a Goni, a Pseudolore, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's got 2 weeks over perfect conditions to overcome it.
Yeah.
Now, with this storm, where would you say the strongest winds are? Are they going to be in the original eyewall that's fractured, or will it be in the
For now, but not
outer
by
eyewall?
landfall.
Mm-hmm.
For now, but not by landfall.
All right.
Yeah, I think both are pretty close to the same thing probably by now.
Okay.
Um,
Because this
the inner
eyewall
core,
is
like,
pretty weak, like the inner one. I mean, it's just the western half of an eyewall.
I mean, it's been the thing is about it is its inner eye wall
There it is.
has, as we've seen, because it's a pinhole, has been
Mhm.
violently energetic. The problem is it's not been consistent and it's not been stable. So with pinholes like, let's say, Milton or Goni, like those systems that are really stable pinholes, well, Milton ended up not being stable for long, but
Yeah.
my point is the energy demand is overall lower, but the concentration is extremely high. And
Mhm.
therefore, when you choke off a pinhole, it's almost immediately very susceptible to collapse and is going to run out extremely fast because its demand
Yeah.
is so high.
Yep.
Something like something like a larger stadium, let's say a Mawar, maybe not Kong-rey, but let's say something like a Mawar, a Christie, something like that.
Hmm.
Those overall balance of demand of energy versus expensive energy is much better.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's another reason why something like a Gyami. Remember how Gyami had 31 Celsius waters and was
Yes.
yeah, I mean, it basically an infinite fuel. There was even with an outer eyewall developing in that core, it just had so much fuel to strengthen. This didn't really
Yeah.
have quite as much.
This one was around like 28, 29 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, Gyami was 31 and a half
Yeah,
Celsius.
and
I
like
mean, that's
anything over
very,
30 is really perfect.
Yeah.
yeah.
So how long do you think until this will make landfall?
I would say currently, let me see radar. I haven't seen radar yet for a little bit. Oh yeah, that's destroyed. That's completely destroyed.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 hours maybe.
6 hours?
That
Okay.
I mean, I would even say, I would go as far to say as, look at the outer bands.
You know what it
Yep.
reminds me of?
What?
What?
Julia 2022.
Do not remember that
I
storm.
Think about it.
I could see it.
It struggled structurally to get going, but it still ended up intensifying.
Oh,
I'm
hurricane.
gonna
Into a
join
solid-
in another 30 minutes or so. Give me a second.
solid
All right.
system at landfall.
Yep. Forgot that was in the North Atlantic. All right. So I mean, the forecast has it making landfall in around 4.5 hours or so, and I mean it's been moving at around forecasted speed.
It's probably going to be a little bit longer than that because it's going more south.
Yep. I mean, this little island
So
down
think about
here
it like
does
I'm going to
sag
say it's going to be
south.
5 or 6. I'm going to say it's going to be 5 or 6 hours, but this could be the last advisory over water. But the next advisory probably would still be a typhoon, anyways, because it's not going
Yep.
to be that much inland.
But I mean, it's like even if it stays like exactly to the west, it seems like it will almost certainly like make landfall in this little island here. So I
Well,
don't know,
if it
4 or
takes
5
the
hours.
southern end,
Yep.
if it takes the southern part of the red line, that gives it an extra like 3 hours over water, which it's not
Yeah.
going to do no significant intensification due to the structure, but it's just that based on how the coastline is
Mhm.
going to obviously determine the landfall time. Well,
Yep. And I mean, we already have some bands hitting the coast. I mean, this is a pretty small storm, I'd say, relatively small. But the bands are
Small
now
and
just
looks like
hitting
a
land.
mess. Looks like a hot mess going
Yes.
on right now.
Yeah, the outer bands are just hitting Isabella and Aurora right now. This general area. The provinces. So it seems like a landfall now in Aurora is expected, right in this province instead of Isabella over here. It could still hit like right in between the two.
One of my teachers is actually from the Philippines and just moved to the U.S.
Oh well. I mean, the amount of resilience those in the Philippines have is pretty high.
They get hit often.
Yes.
It's like more than Florida gets hit by hurricanes.
Yeah.
Like it's not uncommon for them.
Mm-hmm.
At all.
And Luzon has been getting hit back to back to back so far this year. Like just a few days ago, they had a Category 4, nearly Category
The
5 hit the
a lot of
northernmost tip.
storms. You got
Mm-hmm.
well, they had effects from both Trammy and Kong-rey. In fact, they probably had more effects from Kong-rey due to the huge size of it
Oh,
than
yeah.
they did Trammy, even though Trammy hit them directly.
yeah.
Well, Trammy
But
had
just
like
constant
100
rain,
something deaths.
constant rain, constant winds from both of those storms. Not anything super significant strength-wise there, but then they
Mhm.
were hit with Yinjing Cat 4 made 2 landfalls actually in Luzon. And,
Yeah.
now you got this one. And then you got 94W coming up, Usagi. And, there's some indication Manyi could survive and be given another shot after that. So,
Yeah, we have 2 other systems to watch out for.
Yeah. 94W is for real. 94W is most likely going to be at least a Category 3 at peak, possibly and likely higher, and it's probably going to hit the Philippines as a strong typhoon. So, I mean, right now they're seeing kind of similar to what we've seen in the Atlantic, where remember how we seen that peak in the MDR in October.
Yeah, and then it happens
Well,
after
that's
the
a month
seasonal
late.
peak.
That's a month late. It looks like the Western Pacific is seeing that too,
Mhm.
where it's seeing its peak in its main development region a month later than it usually does. So I guess right now, climate-wise, we're a month behind. It looks like.
Yeah. Do you think 94W is a tropical cyclone at this point?
I know, but I would say
No.
it's undergoing PCG. It's getting there. It's
Mhm.
I'm expecting that within the next 24 hours, it'll become
Yeah.
a solid tropical depression, if not tropical storm, by then, and be named to be Usagi.
Yep.
Yeah, it's still
Right here, it has the potential to become quite strong.
Now, what's
Become
the
a
limiting
big
factor
ace
for it?
producer.
Like, what can prevent it from being such a powerful typhoon?
It's not going to have exactly the best placed ULAC,
Mhm.
so there could be a little bit of shear, but we'll have to see, and that affects the storm different. Some storms are it could are weak sheared Cat 1 under 20 knots of shear. Some storms become super typhoon. It
Yeah.
all depends. Really, that's one of those things you have to wait and see how it plays out. But I would bet that you're going to see at least Category 3 and probably a little bit higher out of this, or maybe even significantly higher, depending how everything goes. I mean, this has, believe me, the sky is the limit with this. If everything lines up right, it remains to be seen whether or not that will happen. But
So
with
with
the
94W, this is what you're talking about, right? With the upper level low right there, or upper anticyclone, my bad. It's a little bit displaced to the east of the storm.
yeah, that would lend some easterly shear, but honestly, easterly shear is not really that uncommon in a lot of stronger storms. So really, you have to just see how it affects it. Like I said, sky's the limit if everything sets up right, and it can really truly take advantage of that. But with how long it's going to remain over really potent waters with a good environment ahead of it, I find it quite unlikely that it's not going to be at least a Cat 3, and probably
Yeah.
at least a Cat.
Do you think it will make
Well,
landfall? Because I've noticed that like half of the ensembles have it curving out to
I
sea.
mean, there's a decent amount of spread here, but here's the thing. Okay, look at where it is there on the models now. This year, the trend has been south. Okay, and honestly, last year too, the trend has been south. So if the trend this year keeps up, then it might even make landfall near where Taraji is making landfall.
Oh wow.
We don't really know. It's hard to say for sure, but with everything going on a little bit more south trend this year than has been expected, I would not be surprised at all if that continues to be the case here. And there's no guarantee it will be, but it's just
definitely a
that
little far out
since
right
that's been the
now.
case, I would continue to bet on that.
It's definitely far out right now, so.
And the HAFS model run has it making landfall on Santa Ana, just like
All I gotta say is this, though.
Insing.
Go on to Easterly Wave.
Easterly wave. Yep, I pull that up.
All right, and go on to West Pacific. All right, do you see that right there? Do you see Menyi over there?
This system right over here.
All right. If it can stay far enough south and it can dodge the shear and survive the shear, it appears that it will be in an extremely potent environment around the 12, 13, 14 degrees north latitude with low vertical wind shear, very high moisture, and very, very warm, deep waters with high heat content. It will have the potential to produce a significant ace and become a significant monster if Man-Yi can survive that shear. If Man-Yi
Yep.
can survive that shear, then it should, and I mean this, easily become the strongest tropical cyclone of 2024 if it survives that shear, and that is no joke either.
Yeah. Right now we can see it's getting sheared, I believe.
Oh, it's going to be expected. It's going to be expected, but if it can survive that, then I'm telling you, it has potential to get really, really strong, and that's where we have the potential in the Western Pacific to see that 228.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see it getting sheared. I'm going to be getting off of here in about 10 minutes, Chase.
Alright. Thank you.
Yeah, same.
Yep, so, what's shearing it right now? What's pushing all the shear to the... Or, like, all the
Well,
clouds to the east of it?
let me say this. For one, you have the ULAC of 94W that is developing.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a factor as well. I'm guessing that's really the main factor here. And I don't know if there's any upper level lows or anything. I'm not really taking a look at it too much.
Yep.
So the problem is that it's going to be going along with 94W.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have to see. All right. We're going to have to see what happens.
Yep. We have an interesting next week or so.
About the next 10 days.
Yep.
We're going to hit 200 ace because we're going to have 94W. And if Man-Yi survives, we may hit 225. And I won't rule out one more storm in December. I won't rule it out.
Yeah.
I won't rule out one more in December.
Do you think that there could be, like, another powerful typhoon in the Philippines in December?
I mean, it's less likely during La Nina, but it has happened before.
Alright.
But if it did occur, it would most likely be below the 15 north latitude.
Mm-hmm.
It would have extremely cold cloud top.
So below this area, somewhere in here-ish.
Yes. Well, even actually, honestly, further south than the upper limit of that.
Alright, so
Like,
it'd be right down...
From about right, a little bit south of there, even. A little bit even more south. About right there, further south. It would have to be further south of that, honestly, because the waters and the shear north of that.
Yep.
The waters will be cooled off, especially with these storms using them up, and the shear will be a little bit higher due to the jet.
Yeah.
So that area is going to be shut down after the last week of November. And after
but for right now, the storms are taking advantage of this area.
Do you see the area that the models? Listen. Do you see the area that the model? Do you see the area that easterly wave or easterly wave?
Easterly wave.
Do you see the areas that the model show Men head to?
Oh, this area right here.
Yep. That is the area right there that it would need. That something would need to do in December, except it would probably form a little bit more west.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's going to strike the Northern Mariana Islands pretty soon, but that's going to be a weaker storm, right? Like almost post.
You want to know something with Man-Yi?
Very.
An 893 ensemble.
Oh wow.
Man-Yi.
Alright, here's our next system right now. There's a strike probability of around 25 to 50% for the Luzon, very far northern Luzon, and then also includes the Batanes Islands, all those islands, and then also part of the Ryukyu Islands as well for possible curvature. But the deterministic, and these ones right here in the control do have it farther south than most of the ensembles. And of course, probability of tropical storm force winds, and then probability of typhoon force winds. Someone says, does Typhoon Toraji / Nika have an eye? Yes, two eyes, basically. Kind of. So it's undergoing what we call an eyewall replacement cycle, which means it has a smaller eye that it's trying to get rid of. Right now, okay, I'm going to try and pull up better imagery. Yep, right in here, this is what all the rain is looking like with it right now. You can see the outer bands right here affecting Isabel and Aurora right now. And you can see that there's an eye in here, which is its outer eye, and then you can see a fraction of its inner eye right in here. So right now it has kind of two eyes. This one is going to fizzle out over the next couple hours, and then this one is going to take hold as the main eye. We likely won't see it, I don't think, on satellite imagery.
No.
Not enough to...
Alright, Chase, I'm gonna get off of here, man.
Alright, thank you for the help.
Alright, have a good one.
Alright, see ya. Alright, Tuna, what do you think the main threats are with the storm?
Mainly wind, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Because it's such a large, like, the large eye, or eye wall there, that's broadening the wind impacts. But it is, I mean, it's moving fast, so that's why rain isn't a main concern of this. It is, of course, going to be a factor. Surge isn't always the worst here because it's an elevated area. Luzon's
The
mountainous.
elevation.
Yep, it's just going to be the wind everywhere there.
So like I've said in previous streams, this is not like a Florida situation where everything's
Flood
like
and surge.
at sea level.
Yep, yeah. So here's here's a look at the latest signal warnings. Okay, they're going to do another update at 5 o'clock. So for us, that would be in around an hour, I think. Yep, because for us it'd be 4 o'clock. So right in here, these are the signal 3 warnings. These are going to be the areas with the worst wind. And you might actually want to shift that a bit south because the storm's trending a little bit further south and may actually strike here. So if you shift this down, this could be where the wind impacts, the worst wind actually occurs instead. So this would increase the threat for Metro Manila. Down here, they could get around, let's say, just high-end signal 1 conditions. But yeah, the entirety of Isabela is currently under a signal 3. Fuagua, Rigao, a lot of areas here under signal 3 warnings, and then of course you have signal 2 warnings over here, and then signal 1 warnings basically for the entirety of Luzon and the Babuan group of islands up there. But really the wind impact should be shifting more to the south. I'll try and draw it. Okay, there we go. Just like this, it's likely going to hit right around here. So these are realistically where the worst conditions are going to be occurring.
Yes, warnings will probably be shifted a bit south.
Yep, it really does seem like Aurora is going to get the worst impacts from this storm, and then that would extend into Quirino, Nueva Vizcaya, Benguets, and then La Union, right through there. That's where the center seems to be going, but of course wind impacts are going to occur well outside of the center, all throughout here. Is where the wind impacts could occur.
Don't pay attention to where it's exactly hitting, because you'll still get impacts.
Yes.
No matter where it hits.
Mm-hmm.
You just won't be getting the worst.
Yeah. Is that cone doesn't show everything. I'm gonna try and pull that up. Not
but
there.
who cares if you're not getting the worst? You're still even like weaker tropical storm force winds could be bad.
Yes. It seems like the center is actually going to go here. The wind field is quite large here. The at least strong wind field is already occurring for much of the east coast of Luzon. The area with at least storm force winds, though, are continuing to approach the area. I don't know how far out that extends. I don't know if this is an old cone or not. No, it's not. Okay. All right, someone asked, what's your analysis on Rafael? Okay, Rafael, I'm assuming they're asking for peak analysis. Well, currently, right now, it's just like a post-tropical storm. That's definitely not tropical at this point. It's just lost all of its thunderstorms over its center. I do think that peak was.
Yeah, Rafael.
Mhm. I do think that peak was likely, 120 miles an hour. It probably peaked around here. I don't know. The recon was iffy. I mean, it jumps from 105 to 120 in the matter of like 3 hours or so. So I don't really trust that. Landfall, though, I do think it made a major hurricane landfall. It's likely one right around here. Then it possibly started weakening. I don't know how much I agree with a second major hurricane landfall. But its peak seems to be in the Gulf of Mexico, its overall peak. So I'd say around 120 miles an hour. That would make the most sense since Recon got it there.
Definitely a pretty strong storm for November.
Yeah, for November. Normally, like for this year, that's not that strong, but for November, that's really aggressive.
Last year around this time, we were like struggling to get Vince.
Yes.
Like everything just died,
Yeah.
including potential tropical cyclone 22.
Yes, yeah, I remember that one.
And then we get a category 3 in this year, November.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Robo James, I remember him. He's from, he was in Manila. I remembered him. He sent me something, like footage from what's going on there. So it says it reminds me of Vamco. By the way, still no rain or any hints of wind gust in Metro Manila. So I don't really remember that storm. I'm going to have to search it up. Vamco Typhoon. Okay, I'm assuming it's this one. Yeah, I mean, it's just hitting like a couple, maybe like 100 kilometers more north. Yeah, it just looks a little bit weaker than Vamco was. Because what I just saw, there we go. Alright, so I don't think that there's going to be much wind gusts until you actually get into the rain bands of the storm. Because it's trying to be consolidated there. So really the strongest winds would be in this general area. Manila down here, I don't know when they're going to start getting impacts. Alright, this station might get a landfall, so we'll get a good pressure observation. And they're at 1,001 millibars, where it's like the center of the storm is at 970, so they're not that far away from the center, so they're around 80 miles away from the center, and they're reporting 30 millibars higher than the center, so that's a sharp decrease in pressure, so winds aren't really that far out of the storm. They're consolidated in these rain bands. Okay, let me remove that. Right in here. So we do have a new forecast cone, which does have it crossing. Okay. It has shifted southward some. They have it at now 90 miles an hour. So that'd be 80 knots. And landfall timing is now going to be 6:40. So they pushed landfall timing to be slightly earlier by like 20 minutes. I don't know though. I've heard some talk that it's going to take a while to make its landfall, so we don't know.
I mean, honestly, something I've noticed that we never know until it happens.
Yep.
At that moment.
Because some storms will make a jog forward. Some storms will just slow down.
Or it'll just start crawling.
Yep.
One or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, hopefully it starts moving even faster, so then it's out of the it's out of the way.
Yep, less time for it to develop. If you gave this another 6 to 12 hours, it would try and complete its eyewall replacement cycle and become stronger. So fortunately, it's making landfall quicker than that. Should be in around less than 4 hours. Alright. I don't think there's
And
any
then
live cameras.
did you see some of the ensemble runs for the Caribbean?
For the Caribbean system, let's take a look at that. Alright, which ones are we looking at? The GFS ensembles?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, yep, all of them really want it to go towards Florida, so that's going to be something to watch closely.
Yeah, something that we don't need because
We've been
the
hit
West
so
Coast,
much. Yep.
I'd say, is definitely vulnerable considering how bad we did
Yeah,
with both Helene and Milton, and even Debbie in some areas.
yeah,
Because Sarasota flooded badly during Debbie.
yep.
And then the Euro doesn't go far enough out, but
The next one will.
the Euro is definitely showing something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe. Oh.
This one was the 0Z. The next one will come out at around, or wait, I don't know if, has it already come out? I forget that the time zone has changed. It might have just come
Oh,
out.
I hate it. I
It
hate
has
the
come out.
time
Let's
zone.
take a look at the newest ensembles, what they're showing on it. Okay, so I'm going to get a loop going. This just came out like 14 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Something I haven't seen.
Yeah, oh wow, look at the very end. There's some pretty strong ones that show it. Headed towards Florida.
Not a fan.
Yep.
Not a fan at all. No Floridian is a fan of seeing that.
Yeah.
Especially in November.
Some of these are Category 2, and one of them's like a Category 3 over here. The waters do support that, but of course it will weaken once it enters the Gulf.
Yeah, because the Gulf is much cooler. Wind shear, everything.
And most ensembles do have it moving northwest, into the northwestern Caribbean. And then it curves eastward due to like a cold front pushing it that way.
But it's definitely too early to actually like have a better idea of this thing because, like I said, you never know until at the moment that it happens.
Yep. Alright,
But
it
is
seems to
good
be
to get
this
an idea.
trough right over here that dips down and tries to pick it up going eastwards. And I mean, that's a strong trough there. Dips down so much that all the rain is just a huge line. I believe that would be a jet interaction. So that would, yep. Oh wow, that is a strong jet right there. That's like 200 plus miles an hour right there. So that would really try and increase the winds. But it'd be a complete mess.
Alright, I gotta get going.
Alright. Well, thank you so much for your help.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Alright, see you later.
See ya.
Alright, so a new radar frame just loaded, and we can see that center eye wall, or that inner eye wall, it has weakened a bit. It's continuing to weaken. It's now trying to merge with the main eye in here. And we can see that the first rain band is already hitting coastal Luzon right now. It is impacting the areas that it will make its landfall. So it is probably getting quite gusty there, probably tropical storm forced winds right there, and flooding is going to be a concern for there right now, especially if the band just decides to trail over the same area. There was also lightning shown right here in the eyewall. It seems to be the inner eyewalls, though, so that means it's trying to stall its replacement cycle, which is preventing it from really organizing completely. If the inner side is getting stronger, the inner won't last. This whole outer eye is going to be the dominant one. Oh my god, this is just such a funny loop going forward. Remember, if you guys have any questions about your local impacts, like your province, whatnot, just let me know and I'll search through it. You know, even if someone's already mentioned it and you just came in late, I am happy to go through it again. Remember, guys, if you also could please like and subscribe, just help share the stream around, especially if you know those who are living in the areas getting impacted. Mainly, though, just northern Luzon is the target right in here. Maybe even a bit south of that. Will be interesting, though, to see if Manila can get some of these outer bands. This right here. If it just continues on its track, it might just barely miss it. Or if it goes a little bit to the south, it could hit it. Alright, what about models on... okay. I think the axis model's the one? Yep. Okay, let's take a look at the axis model then. Rainfall totals. Yeah, this does show pretty high rainfall totals, up to around a foot of rain, 14 inches. That would be around, okay, I don't know how much, that'd be maybe around 300 millimeters plus of rainfall, and that's over the next few days. Of course, the model crops off right around here, so we can't see anything north of there. Lower resolution models, though, do show, I'll try and change it so it's millimeters instead. There we go, millimeters. If I go to kilometers in distance, say it shows around 250 millimeters here. Basically, just this whole area gets at least 100 millimeters of rain. I do think that this should shift a little bit to the south, though, because this only shows, Metro Manila getting like 8 millimeters of rain, which isn't a lot. They could get some of the outer core of it, so they could get over 25 millimeters at least. GFS model showing the same thing, the highest amounts happening in Aurora, Isabela, and then let's see what are the other areas called. Sorry, I don't have the best geography with this. Quirino, Nueva Vizcaya, these areas, and then especially Ifugao, that has a target over there with around 250 millimeters, and Mountain Province. The icon model showing less amounts of rain, but same general areas, maybe a little bit more to the south. Alright, so in around 49 minutes or so, we should get a new update from Pagasa to see if they'll shift their signal warnings to the south. Because this was their latest forecast, which was around 2 hours ago, I believe. And it shows signal 3 warnings being here, signal 2 warnings being in this general area, with signal 1 warnings being all throughout here. Now this would mainly be if the center's hitting here or here, but that is going to be shifting to the south. Okay, whoops. Okay, trying to get all 3. Okay, so if we shift this just a bit to the south, where it's actually going to hit, we can see where the wind impacts will mainly be concentrated. Maybe a little bit more north of there, somewhere in this general area. It should be a main shift, though, to the south. Since the center is moving to the south, the wind impacts will be pushed to the south. Okay, whoops. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that the entirety of Isabella will get signal 3 winds. It may be the top 3/4 of it. But that does mean that Aurora will get more of the damaging winds. So, yeah, landfall within the next 4 hours does seem likely. The main problem, though, is it going to slow down? Is it speeding up? We don't know. Current forecast from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center has it making landfall in like 20 minutes faster. Although the center of the storm is moving a bit slower. See, it has the center at this time frame being right around here, whereas the overall center looks to be here. So it shows it moving a bit slower than forecasted. Of course, earlier it was moving much faster than forecasted. It seemed like it was going to be making landfall like 12 hours from now, and it's now shifted forward a good 8 hours in time. So we do get new radar frames roughly every 30 minutes, which isn't good, but hey, it's something. So we can see what areas are getting rainfall, what areas are about to get rain, all that stuff. But we do have satellite that will update more frequently. This will show the entirety of the storm. Okay, there's a little bit of a weird glitch. I don't know if you guys can notice, just lines going all across the screen. Oops, not that. Okay, I don't know why it's... Okay, wrong thing. I'm not trying to do that. There we go, okay. So see, it does have a nice band moving through the central Philippines, or Luzon, central Luzon. The main core of the storm, though, is confined to this rough area, so it's not that large compared to other storms that have gone through recently. But the impacts that do occur will be quite large. I mean, it's had a pinhole eye for a moment. Right. So the main issue with flooding, since flooding isn't a main concern, it is another factor that will happen, especially in areas that are very urban. It's mainly going to be if band trails, for example. This band right here, if it's deciding to trail over the same area and hooks and hits the same area, that's going to cause a good amount of flooding. Of course, the main storm itself, like its Eyewall here, is going to have a good amount of rain. The backside will as well. Since I believe, yeah, it has another developing band right here. You can see there was a lightning bolt right in there. So this is a developing thunderstorm right here. So I believe that would be the tornadic side. I don't know. Hard telling. It's definitely in one of these bands, though. Of course, since it's making landfall pretty far north on Luzon, tornadoes may not impact the lands, which would be a good thing. Right. Yeah, all across Aurora province does seem to be getting impacts from this storm all throughout here. The center should move somewhere in here, move like that, and then really anywhere from here to here could be getting a pretty heavy rainfall and gusty winds. It may just narrowly miss Metro Manila, so we'll have to watch that since, most of the viewers are from that area. But of course, I'll cover any area, no matter how rural you live in, no matter how isolated you are. But for Metro Manila, I don't know. It's difficult to forecast because what is this band going to do? Is it going to form another one that's further to the south and impact Metro Manila? Or is it just going to stay confined to the north, move to the northeast, and not impact them? It's too far out to say. Alright. I don't know when this weather station's going to update. This one will be the most likely point of a landfall, so this will give us a good pressure observation, so it will tell us how strong the storm is with that. Maybe not winds, but it will show us that. Also, you can actually see it down here. This is the pressure line. You can see it now starting to dip and dip down further. Will also be a good source of rain observations. Speaking of rain, I'm curious to see what advisories are out, stuff like that. Alright, this would be a Metro Manila forecast that they issued not too long ago. I think 19 minutes ago or so. Of course, the main threats will be rains with gusty winds and possible flooding or landslides. That is a concern. But it's mainly gusty showers. And we don't have anything. I mean, there's a whole watch going on there, expecting moderate to heavy rains for the entirety of this area. Then we also have, if we look at this satellite image right here, you can see that there's another disturbance over here, which is unfortunately also going to impact the Philippines over the next, I don't know how many days it will be. So let's take a look at that storm. Alright, so if we go back in time to roughly right around now, you can see where Nika is over here, impacting the Philippines. We have Manyi over here, the international name. And we have this storm, which is currently 94W. It hasn't formed yet, it's just a disturbance that we're watching. As we go in time, you'll see it starting to develop. And it does have it hitting the Philippines on the 14th, so within the next 4 days or so, it does have this disturbance impacting the Philippines. And then going on to the Babuan Islands, the Batanes Islands, and then also impacting Taiwan. So that would be a multi-day stream if that is the case. So that will be the next system that impacts land. So of course we're going to have to watch this one closely as well. Since this system, since Nika didn't do as well as it was predicted, this storm still could do worse damage. It could become another major typhoon. That's something we're going to have to watch out for closely. So here, if we take a closer look at the disturbance right in here, it does have the system peaking out as a Category 4 when it makes its landfall in near Santa Ana. So again, Category 4, Category 5 is possible with this again, unfortunately. It does have it impacting Taiwan as a major typhoon, which is something again to watch out for. This one would be the night of the 14th. It seems like, yep. So this would be on Thursday night, potentially getting impacts. The problem with this, though, is there's a wide variety of possible outcomes. Here's a look at the European ensembles. And you can see the chance of it striking within around 100 kilometers away from a point there. So there is areas like Basco has 38% chance. This area has 30% chance. Tuguegarao has 26% chance. You see the yellow areas are areas within a 25% chance of getting hit. And then the green areas are less at around 10% chance. So most ensembles are split. You can see the southernmost ensembles have it going this way, whereas the northernmost have it making a curve towards the Ryukyu Islands. It is too far out to say, but so far the trends this year, they've had it more south than forecasted. So I mean, it is a possibility that the storm decides to go down here and hit roughly the same areas that Nika are hitting. I could have sworn someone was telling me about one of these ensembles showing a very powerful storm. I'm not seeing it. It'd be this dark purple color. There's only two of them. I'm going to see if it was a previous run. Nope, not that time. Okay. Now, the next system after 94W is going to be Manyi. This system right here, it's going to impact the Northern Mariana Islands over the next few days. And it will be weakening. It's going to be undergoing a gradual weakening process just due to shear. So it's not going to intensify during the next maybe 3 days. Problem is, if it does survive, it could undergo a pretty rapid intensification phase. Doesn't show it on here because most of them don't have it surviving. But it does have the potential to become another major typhoon and impacts the Luzon, northern Philippines. And we'll have to watch that closely as well. So we have 3 systems we're watching right now, especially in Luzon. So those who are in Luzon should be paying close attention to Pagasa updates, seeing what's happening. Alright, radar's not updating. So the sun is about to rise over Manyi, which, as you can see, there isn't as bad of shear as it was having before. For example, over here you can see that the thunderstorms are mostly on the southeastern side of the storm. Now it's mostly still on, the southeastern side, but it is covering the center with a convective burst. And the storm is going to weaken by the time it reaches the Northern Mariana Islands over here. But the thing is, if it does survive here, because it could very well dissipate over here if shear kills it enough, it could try and re-intensify here. We don't know what it's going to do, but there are a wide variety of possibilities. So really anywhere from the central Philippines all the way up towards the Ryukyu Islands should be paying very close attention to this storm, especially if it makes it through the next 5 days, then it has a really high ceiling. Of course, our current threat is going to be Toraji, or Nika, and then our next threat will be 94W, and then we'll have to go through Manyi. So we have 4 systems going on right now, which Yinzing, which also known as Mars in the Philippines, struck them as a high-end Category 4 super typhoon. So they're getting 4 storms back to back to back to back. Yet Mammerd says 3 systems. Well, actually there's 4. So I mean, you all have. I think it was mainly 5, since you all had to go through maybe 6 in total. Whoops, that's too far back. Yeah, because you all had to go through Trami. And then it was Kong-rey, also known as Leon. They got pretty close, delivering some heavy rainfalls for Santa Ana and then the Batanes Islands. And then they got hit by the next storm. So all of these, 5 impacts within a month time frame, or 6 impacts within a month time frame. That is a lot. And it mainly has to do with, peak season for whatever reason has been pushed back. So you all are getting impacts after when it should be occurring. So, and I mean, this has been the case for the North Atlantic as well. I mean, who would have expected a major hurricane impacting Cuba in the month of November? And a possible another major hurricane in the Caribbean that we're watching for. So, really, the whole entire world has been pushed back a month in terms of tropical activity. We're getting boom, boom, one after another, getting multiple systems. Alright, so there isn't a new frame yet, but we do see that there is a lightning bolt here, so that does mean there are some pretty powerful thunderstorms. It seems like it's developing. Okay, this is just all, whatever reason, it's all glitching out, so that's why there's these lines and how all the colors look weird. But there is a decent band developing right in here that you can see, and that lightning bolt shows that it is a thunderstorm, so a line of potential thunderstorms are approaching both Isabella and Aurora. I mean, they already got hit by this band, so they're going to get hit by another. Over the next few minutes, we should get a new radar frame that will show us what's going on with it. Latest radar frame was right around here. So I believe it was going to be this band right in here trying to develop. That is on the northwestern Eyewall though, so I don't know if that's a band or is that part of the Eyewall. If it is a part of the Eyewall, then it's showing the system overall is getting better organized, which we don't like. We want it to hit land as quick as possible, stunt its growth and development. Dark Steve says, meanwhile, North Atlantic and Western Pacific are still active. The Eastern Pacific is pretty much shut down. Yep. The Eastern Pacific and Central Pacific don't have much going on right now. The basins basically shut down. You may be thinking like, oh wow, what a coincidence. Over here there's stuff going on, over here there's nothing, and then over here there's something going on. Well, and also over here there's not much going on. Well, we call this the Major Julian Oscillation, or MJO, and this is something that propagates across the world. Sometimes there's two zones that have stuff going on, and two zones that don't have anything, which is pretty much what's going on right now. So that's why the Atlantic's active and the Western Pacific's active, but the Eastern Pacific isn't getting anything at all right now. So that basin's just a complete shutdown. Whereas the Western Pacific can have as many storms as they'd like. And because it's in the Western Pacific and nearly the North Indian Ocean, it is also trying to help form a system in the Southwest Indian Ocean right down here, which could become, I don't know what name it is, to be honest. But yeah, this system could develop out to sea. I don't really expect it to impact anywhere. It's just going to go down here and die out. Yeah, there was the potential for like a system in the North Indian Ocean, yeah, somewhere in here to move towards India. I don't see much happening with that. I mean, there's not really much thunderstorms over its center. Just to the north, it's just a complete mess. The main storms that are taking advantage of the environment are all of these four, which the storm that's finally weakening now is Yingxing. The storm should die out over the next 24 hours, and we won't have to talk about that anymore, thankfully. And then we just have to focus on these three. After Typhoon Toraji, or Nika, in the Philippines, strikes the Philippines, it could go on to threaten Hong Kong or mainland China or Hainan Island. We'll see. The system Yingxing was also supposed to do that. It was going this way, but then it curved towards the south, so we don't know. Maybe this storm will also curve to the south. Good news is, as it does so, it will be gradually weakening. Hopefully we don't see another intensification phase, like Yingxing did. hopefully this system will just pass through the Philippines and then just die out. I don't really see the South China Sea supporting much development now that we're going into the winter. Aaron says, backloaded season, yes. Everything's been pushed way back towards the end of a hurricane season, end of the typical typhoon season. Typically, you get this activity in October, but it's been pushed all the way back towards November. So everything's really pushed back. Yeah, this will be a very interesting 10 weeks, so those in Luzon should be paying very close attention to this. And then also there could always be another wave like this system that goes on and impacts it in a long time, but things can pop up out of nowhere. I don't really think this is going to do much. What is a quite interesting signal that Manyi could also, if it manages to survive the wind shear, it could try and re-intensify, so just something to watch out for. Now remember guys, if you have any questions about your local impacts, like what's the rain you're going to see, what's the winds you could see, just ask, just type in your province, type in your city, whatnot. City and province would be the most helpful because I know that there are a lot of cities with the same names in the across the Philippines. And I will be happy to answer them all. Hold on. Alright, so we should get a new radar frame on Nika. Here we go. Alright, so let's compare it from 30 minutes ago. Right there to here. You can see though that the eyewall is moving pretty rapidly. This part was over here, so this is a new band of thunderstorms developing. I am curious though if the radar is not properly reporting what's going on over. Okay, that's not working. There we go, over in this area, if they're also getting rainfall. Not really showing. Okay, but down here they're starting to get impacts. I don't know what that area is called. My apologies. It is the Polio Islands. They're starting to get impacts from it, so mainly down in here seems to be the main threats. I don't really think Metro Manila is going to get significant impacts from it. I feel like it could just be light rain, gusty showers, stuff like that. Don't expect it to be too bad. You've been through worse, so the main areas that are really need to focus on this are going to be coastal Aurora and Isabela in terms of the wind impacts. Generally this area. All throughout here should be focusing on it, and mainly the inland areas are going to be getting the heaviest rain, like around Mountain Province and Ifugao. It is quite interesting seeing that the inner eyewall is still going. It has done, it was originally here, now it's almost done a full loop around, so we'll see if this manages to combine with the main outer eyewall here, or if it just still keeps spinning around. It is interesting to note that the northwestern side is exposed right now, so it's not a full-on eyewall. It's mostly just 3/4 of an eyewall. Right. It's hard telling where the northernmost extent will be. Also, I'm curious to see how far away it is from landfall. because like I said earlier, it is moving slower than forecasted, meaning the landfall counter on the bottom left there may not be 100% accurate. It is around 89, just under 90 kilometers away from making its landfall. I do think it's going to try and make landfall towards this little surface observation. Speaking of surface observation, we should have a new one out for 38 minutes ago. Okay, it still shows the pressure is 1001 millibars. Now, that number is going to be something to watch pretty closely over the next few hours, since that number is going to dip down into around the 970s. And that will show how much of a tight gradient it is, so the winds are pretty compacted towards the center. Winds over here around 18 miles an hour. I'm assuming that's sustained. So it has increased. It was before around like in the single digits. Now it is in the double digits. And around the next 22 minutes, we will have an update from Pagasa. Alright, Aaron says Yingxing fell apart quickly and just stalling in that one spot. Yep. It was pretty surprising, though, to see it re-intensify in the South China Sea as a major typhoon, almost Category 4. Looks really good. Now it's just falling apart. It's your typical sheared mess. Not much convection. Everything's blown up here, so it doesn't really have the conditions to support any development, so it's just going to die out over the next 24 hours. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting thing to watch. Mammerd says, it is now raining here in Santiago, Isabela. Let's take a look at that area. Santiago, that makes sense. Okay, so it's just starting to rain, you said. So that is helpful, getting observations on the ground. Thank you for that. Okay, I really wish I could see satellite, but for whatever reason, it does not want to cooperate. You can see the lines where you do see satellite. Man, I don't know what's going on. Okay, let me back up. No? Really? Wow, okay. So he said Santiago's just getting rainfall. So I guess this band isn't really all that rainy here. I guess it's just going to be the very eastern edge. You see, we have two main areas of a rainfall here. One in... Here, I'll just circle the bands and then I'll check radar. So we have one right here. We have another one developing right in here. Then we have the core itself down here. So if we compare that with radar, you can see how the band over in here doesn't really have much rainfall. It's probably just a line right in here, I guess, or nope, that is awful drawing skills, my fault. Right in here would be the outer skirts of it. You can see the band right in here that's developing, the thunderstorms right in there. Then you have the entire core right in here, just a sloppy mess. Which is about to impact the entirety of Aurora and Isabela. I mean, mainly though, this one is the heavier amounts of rain. The southern side's the worse for rain, it appears. It does seem like the entirety of Isabela, or my fault, Aurora will get impacts in that band as the storm moves this way. Doesn't seem like it's going to be impacting Metro Manila, which is fortunate. But it seems like that the northern side doesn't have as much rain impacting, or like rain extending out from the center. Just a whole lot of banding right in here. And that banding is what's causing it to have two eyes. It's mostly just one eye at this point. This is the remnants of an eyewall right in there. And then we have our secondary eyewall right in here. So it's a pretty large eye. Right now, both of them just combined into one large eye. Which the problem with this is it broadens the potential impacts. It may weaken the storm slightly, like weaken the max impacts, but it will make it much broader in terms of what areas could get the impacts. I'm curious to see what this station will get in terms of pressure. So this updates every hour. Okay. It's not that frequently, but hey, it's something. The problem is we can't see much on the ground, so if you have any reports of it's raining where you are or it's getting really bad, just please let me know. We don't have many live cameras, so can't really get much information on what's going on the ground. So remember, guys, if you have any questions, please let me know. If you find this informative, like the screen or like this stream and subscribe, please. Put a lot of effort into these, so it would be very appreciated. And I'm excited to do another one for 94W, which is set to impact the Philippines over the next 4 days. I will be streaming on that one. And we'll also have another disturbance, Minyi over here, which could also impact the Philippines again. So I am all ready to go with streaming on those. I can't tell you when that would be. I can just only really tell you that I'll be streaming during its landfall. Basically, when the worst conditions are reaching shore, I will have a stream ongoing then. Well, not bad, okay. Right. So let's take a look at the rainfall forecast. Now remember, guys, this isn't the main threat of the storm. The main threat appears to be wind with this, but rainfall is also going to be a concern. We'll see right here. Most of them have it on the northern side, which is quite interesting because as you can see here, the southern side has the most amount of rain, so just something interesting to note that this may not be 100% accurate on what's going to be coming over the next few days. We can see over here around 220 millimeters. Main threats are going to be near Mountain Province with almost around 250 millimeters of rain. These numbers may be underdoing it, they may be overdoing it, but this is just a rough general range. The American model has it shifted a bit southwards, but still around 250 millimeters. But it is interesting to note that both of them do have Metro Manila at around single digits in terms of rainfall. Maybe around 10 millimeters. Okay, maybe not all of the models having it single digits, but like the European model does have it at around 7 millimeters, so they may not get that much rain, so we'll have to see. Well, some areas here only 3 millimeters, even though they're almost in line with that very heavy band. Okay, hasn't loaded yet. Yeah, right in here. So I don't think that 3 millimeters is an inaccurate forecast for that area. Um, Okay, I'm just looking at another thing that's going on. I'm gonna check what people are saying about it online. Yeah, the satellite is really bugging out in some areas. I'm gonna post this somewhere. Um, let's take a look at the satellite imagery on the storm that's really bugging out. I honestly don't know why it's doing this. It was working just fine not too long ago. Everything wants to glitch out now. It's a complete and total disaster everywhere, apparently. You can see that is not looking good, which is a real concern because we're only getting radar updates every 30 minutes. This is stuff that updates every 5 minutes or so, so the satellite is pretty important. So seeing it glitch like that is not good news at all. Yeah, like satellite just completely went down as of the latest frame. You can kind of see some stuff here. I'm guessing it's merging two satellites at this point. But yeah, we can't see a lot there. So yeah, also something I wanted to talk about is a Mediterranean disturbance, which is likely a subtropical storm right over here. Okay, let me turn on labels. This system will be impacting Algeria pretty soon. It's around 40 miles an hour, so it has gale force winds. So, I mean, of course, this is something we're also watching closely. It's not that strong, but of course, any amount of rain in a desert is pretty bad. Should be heading out here and dissipating, though, over the next 12 hours. So, just something to pay attention to. I would like to check on the other disturbance, something I haven't done yet. Right in there. And just bursting up decent amounts of convection, showers, and thunderstorms. Not doing too great, though. Pulse-like. It forms and then collapses, so nothing too bad with that. But it is interesting to watch two separate disturbances develop and whatnot. Yeah, satellite on Zoom Earth here is starting to glitch out as well as it catches up. So it seems like we're mainly relying on radar now. So remember, guys, if you have any details as of what's going on in your local area, if it's starting to rain and whatnot, please let me know. Would be very helpful to have ground observation. Thank you. So yeah, we won't get another frame up until like the next 10 minutes, but speaking of 10 minutes, it will be around 10 minutes until Pegasa updates, and we'll get a new cone, new forecast, all that stuff. We'll get a new signal warning, see how things have changed, stuff like that. I'm assuming they're going to extend Signal 3 warnings from coast to coast. That seems the most likely. We're looking at where it's going on in the long term. It could impact Hong Kong. That's something I have noticed. Could also impact Hainan Island. A little bit too far out to say, though. Does seem like it's going to curve down towards the southwest and dissipate over there. Alright, let's see. Of course, the next system, I know you guys don't like hearing all these bad news and stuff like that, but another system will potentially head towards your area over the next week or so, I believe. It's going to be heading in this general direction. Could impact the northern tip of Manila. It seems like models are split, though. They're following this track, they're continuing to follow it, and then they split up. One has it going this way, and one has it going this way, so too far out to tell. The main consensus, though, is the Santa Ana general area. Problem is, models have been a little bit too far north this year, so Who knows, it may actually go just a little bit south and stay on the southern end of the forecast, maybe hit the same areas that were hit by this storm right now. Fortunate news, but I mean, yeah, just I do my best to keep you guys updated, so I don't want to try and fearmonger. Just be aware that this is going to be going in towards your general direction. Stay up to date. Don't think that this has been it's over. You guys have another 2 potential systems approaching your general area. So over the next 15 minutes, we're going to get a new radar scan, we're going to get new Pagasa information, and we're going to get new surface observation data. Yeah, I forget that satellite's a disaster right now. But speaking of that one system that's headed towards the Philippines, here is a model run that shows what it could do. Let me take a look at... Okay, this doesn't work. Unless... Nope. Okay, I guess it doesn't want to work. So there is the possibility that this storm will get its act together over the next 48 hours. Potentially become a typhoon. The quicker it gets its act together, the more powerful it will be. So it could make a major typhoon landfall somewhere in the northern tip of the Philippines. Just something to watch out for very closely. And also same thing for the Batanes Islands, the Babuan Islands, Taiwan, and then the Ryukyu Islands as well. So this could be a multi-day live stream. We'll have to watch this very closely. But here's a look at the individual ensembles, the American ones. You can see how it's pretty much split. Does it hit land and then go into the South China Sea again? Or will it just curve towards the northeast? Let's take a look. Actually, I'm gonna hold off on that. I do want to see the new Pagasa update when it comes out. We'll focus on that, and then I'll go through the possible scenarios of this next disturbance. So this was uploaded dead on at 1 o'clock, so hopefully within the next 6 minutes they'll post it dead on at the specific time. I mean 2 o'clock for you all, but 1 o'clock for me. But we can take a look at the satellite imagery of 94W, the system that's undergoing what we call tropical cyclone genesis. Basically, it's organizing its low. You can see spin. You can clearly notice that there is some organizing spin there. And also, you can notice that there's clouds over the center of that spin, showing that there is convection over its center. So maybe within the next 6 hours or so, it could become a tropical depression, maybe tropical storm. We'll see. Then we'll get more accurate information on model runs, stuff like that. We can also see that the sun is rising over Manyi, over here. Let's take a look at Manyi. Of course, the sun will eventually rise over our next, over Nika, over the next few hours. So you can see, though, that the center is somewhere in here. The convection is getting very sheer to the southeast, blowing all the clouds that direction. So it's not really able to intensify much. The big thing is, will this system survive this year? We'll see. Okay, let's see. Alright, so it does appear that this system is likely a Category 2 at this time. I thought it could have been a Category 3. So here's the latest advisory from the IPT CWC. This is a group of unofficial forecasters who track typhoons. Here's a look at their latest forecasts here. I believe they do a much better job with forecasts than some of the officials. Something interesting to note is they do forecast re-intensification in the South China Sea back into a typhoon before gradually weakening and impacting China and potentially Hong Kong and Hainan Island. Just something to look out for if you live in that general area. So there was immense hiccups over the past day or so, fortunately preventing the significant intensification that was previously forecasted. It seemed like it was going to be a pretty powerful Category 4, maybe even Category 5. So you all really did get spared by this. I mean, this could have been a much worse case scenario. You guys really got lucky on this one that it hasn't intensified as much as it was forecast to. The problem is though, will you all get lucky on these next two, 94W and then on to Manyi? Hopefully you guys get lucky again. But it's just how many times can you get lucky before a storm does hit at major typhoon intensity. Alright, so some additional strengthening is possible of the storm before it makes its landfall, if it's able to finish its Eyewall replacement cycle. The main thing, though, is that Toraji, also known as Nika, will soon make landfall in eastern Luzon as a strong typhoon. Life-threatening conditions such as typhoon force winds, dangerous storm surge, and high seas off the coast are expected in the typhoon warning area. Tropical storm conditions, all that stuff, widespread heavy rainfall across Luzon is expected, which could lead to flash flooding, and also could affect southern China next week. Interest there should monitor the progress of the system. So here's a look at all the unofficial typhoon warnings, stuff like that, and tropical storm warnings. You can see it right in here, the areas that could receive typhoon force winds, right in that general area with tropical storm warnings. Notice how this is such a small area because its wind field is pretty confined. Alright, now let's see if we have Pegasa's information out yet. Should get it any moment now. Oh my god, the amount of bugging out that the satellite is doing is pretty horrendous. We don't have a new radar frame yet. We'll get a new radar frame out, we'll get a new surface observation data, then we'll get the new Pegasa stuff all at once, pretty much. We do not have it out yet. Still waiting. I mean, it's been 3 hours. They should post it any moment now. Dark Steve says the Himawari satellite imagery is pretty much gone. Yep. If we take a look at that, I don't know if it's impacting this as much. Maybe infrared is bad. Alright, it appears to be infrared is the only main issue. But yeah, look, you can see how many storms we can't look at satellite anymore. Yeah, so that's pretty bad. And pretty unfortunate that it's happening at the time of a typhoon landfall. But I do think that we can still see visible imagery, which is good, that we can get that information. But yeah, you'll be able to notice the satellite go down so fast. The cloud tops get so cold there at the later frames, just because of a malfunction. So yeah, we pretty much can't see anywhere. Anywhere in the Western Pacific. Alright, I don't know if we have a new cone out yet. I am checking this out. Yep, we have a new cone. I will pull this up and let me see if Twitter has updated. Nope, I'll just post it on here. Whoops, too zoomed in. Alright, here we go. So it has it making landfall as a typhoon somewhere in this general area. The storm force winds are just about to approach the shore. At least strong winds are occurring for much of Luzon. And you can see, though, it does have weakening in forecast. They do have it curving away and have it moving towards Hainan Island, but as a low pressure area, not anything strong. I would like to see, though, the signal warnings, see what that's showing. Well, signal 4 warnings have been issued. Okay, so please update. Not updated yet, so I know it's like probably a different forecaster. Whatnot, I'm going to show this just to compare the two. So these are signal 3 warnings right now, or like what was happening last time around. And if I pull this up, right here, so you can kind of see the difference. Signal 3 warnings basically were expanded over towards the west coast of Luzon there. And then they were extended a bit south over here, it appears. Signal 2 warnings didn't really have much change at all. Signal 1 warnings were retracted for some of these areas. But, the big news is that Signal 4 warnings have been added for parts of Isabela and Aurora. And it does include Ifugao, Mountain Province, Kalinga, and Abra, all under a Signal 4 warning. So just hoping that those in those warnings are taking the proper precautions. Don't be out and about driving. Just stay hunkered down. You all can get through this. Just do some work inside. Whatever. Just do it while you have power. Just don't be going outside, please. That's not something you should be doing. The website may have updated. Alright, there's the new cone. Right over there where it's forecasted to go. Everything else, though, has not updated just yet. Let's see what this is. Okay, this is an old update. These are all warnings. Yeah, I'm getting used to Pegasa and how this stuff works. So I am curious if they start issuing rain advisories. Alright, here's the latest radar frame that has just come out as of 6 minutes ago. You can see that there's a little bit of clutter in the eye, which is the remnants of the inner eye wall. So it still hasn't merged yet, but you can clearly see that there is an eye wall right in here developing. Just trying to close off on that western side and then it'll be good. Does still need to clear out its eye. It needs to kill off that eastern eye wall. Yeah, you can see that rain is starting to impact the east coast of Luzon, mainly Isabela and Aurora. Most of Aurora are getting impacts from the storm right now, all throughout here. I believe that this is just a radar glitch, that it's showing nothing there. Could be occurring probably throughout that area, the rainfall. Yeah, it's been that case for a while. Doesn't show any rain past that line, which is unfortunate. Huh, okay, they say that tremors reach Miami. I'm curious about that. Um, wow, hold on. I'm just looking at something on Twitter. Well, people in Miami were able to feel the earthquake. Don't know what time that was. That was around noon. Okay. Fortunately, I didn't feel much, and it wasn't much down here. But Cuba, it's a real nightmare there. They just got hit by a major hurricane, and now they're getting hit by a magnitude 6 earthquake, I believe, maybe 6.8 it was. So nothing up yet on this. We'll probably post something on Twitter right now. Just so that people know what's going on. I really wish that I could change the name of this live stream because it's... Ugh, okay. Let me go to a website. It gets so complicated, so I have to change the name on both screens to say the proper thing. Alright, it's Typhoon Toraji, I think. Yep, Toraji and then Nika in the Philippines. I'm just gonna post about it on Twitter, guys. Give me one moment, and then I'll have it all ready to go. I'm just trying to see what how is it spelled? Isabella, Kalinga. Guys, I'll leave you all on the imagery of the signal warnings. Mountain Province, Ifugao, and Afro. I don't know how to spell that. Okay. Aurora. Okay, got that. And Quirino. Alright, hopefully I spelled that right. Okay. Quirino. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, got it. Typhoon Toraji, which is set to slam into the Philippines within the next 4 hours. We are live. Alright, just posted something on Twitter. Just, I posted basically this graphic on Twitter showing the new signal warnings. So once again, the wind seems to be the main threat. So that does include Isabella, Kalinga, Mountain Province, Ifugao, Abra, and parts of Quirino and Aurora. So it seems like even if the storm's forecast to make landfall here, the impacts are more extended on the northern side than they are on the southern side. Just because, I mean, I'm trying not to be too complicated here. Winds blowing this way are also added from the forward motion of the storm. Winds that are blowing this way are counteracted because of the forward motion of the storm. So, hopefully I didn't lose you guys with that one. Yes, we do have signal 4 warnings now in effect. Alright, so this was the latest radar frame of the storm. Alright, someone says, oh god, I thought Toraji was only a Cat 1, now it's a Category 3, what the hell? Well, I mean, the thing is, it probably peaked as a Category 3, went some weakening. It's probably a Category 2 at this point. Yep, Signal 4, Mamma Mia, yeah, well, that's insane there. Strong winds, rain happening in Isabela, Philippines. Yep, I bet that is true, because right, Isabela, Philippines is over here, so... I mean, I know that... Oh, okay, wrong thing. I am trying to draw borders, and I'm not doing a good job. Isabela's in right there, so they're about to get hit. The coast is about to get hit with this, where Santiago is getting hit by just some light rain, and then central, Isabela is also getting hit by a gusty band of showers. So this is not even the peak yet. The Eyewall has not even touched shore yet. Alright, so it says look at IR. Jesus, that's insane. Alright, let's take a look at infrared. I mean, I don't think there... Yeah, okay, there isn't much to look at. You can clearly see, though, that in the earlier frames, there was an pinhole eye right in there that was trying to pop out, but it failed. Yeah, we can't really see much, unfortunately. Well, they still have not posted their thing there. They did a regional weather forecast. Looks like an updated one. Yeah, they deleted their old. I got here 1 hour ago when the time in landfall was in 4 and well. So it appears that I don't know if it's going to make landfall that soon. Probably not. I'm going to push back landfall another, I think I'm going to do it another hour or so. Just because I doubt it's going to hit at that set time. So I'm going to see, let me do long until... Let me just do that, and then in theory if I do that, yep, just add around another hour. Sorry guys, I don't make the rules, it just, for whatever reason, it wants to slow down now. So I do think landfall within the next 4 hours is a decent estimate. It's being pushed back though. I know for you all guys in the Philippines, it's about to reach sunrise, whereas for me, it's about to reach sunset. It can be a bit of a problem when we can't even see what's going on because of satellites being all down. But yeah, Manyi, we're starting to get sunrise over the area. Right, and they're not doing too bad. Looks pretty decent. It's hard to tell where the sun is, though. It may be over here instead of it being there. Pegasa still hasn't posted their update. Alright, let's take a look and see if we can get that surface observation up. Nope, still too long ago. I think we'll get it soon enough. Definitely within the next 15 minutes. Alright, now that we got the main system out of the way, let's take a look at the future systems that are going to hit the Philippines. When I say main system out of the way, I mean like talking about its impacts right now. I want to cycle back to the new viewers who are watching this thinking like, oh, this is the only storm that's impacting the area. Unfortunately, no, it is not. You guys are going to get hit by another storm, it seems like. I'm trying not to fearmonger. It just does seem the case. Most ensembles, if I pull it up on here, this is the next system known as 94W because it is not a storm yet. So here's a look at all the ensembles, like all the possibilities. You can see some of them having it going all the way down here, some of them having it going all the way up here. So it is a large possibilities on where it could hit. But you will notice that they do split right around the Philippines. Some have it right in here, some have it on the northern tip and impacting the Batanes Islands and then Ryukyu Islands. So it is uncertain where is it going to go. It seems right now it's around a 50-50 shot of getting a landfall in the mainland Philippines, mainland Luzon. We'll see though. The main thing though is that this year, most of the time these storms have been going actually further south than where they've been forecasted. So it may actually only go right through here and hit the same areas that Nika are impacting. Just curious to see if there's anything else popping up. Nope, alright. So that's one system, and then you guys will have to go through this one. Maybe thinking, well, isn't it dying out? Like, it's weakening? Well, the thing is, right now it is an unfavorable environment. Wind shear is going to try and make this storm dissipate, but the thing is, will it make it long enough to reach more favorable environment? If it does, then this system can really get its act together. It could become also a major typhoon. Speaking of major typhoon, yeah, this system's also supposed to be potentially a major typhoon if it hits the northern tip of Luzon. So you guys got lucky with this other system. Now you all will have to be watching out for that. Someone asked, is there a new system in the Atlantic? Let's briefly take a pause on this and take a look at the Atlantic. So Rafael is likely post-tropical right now. Yep, they went post-tropical. This system's basically dissipated at this point. Not really going to do much. It'll mainly dissipate over here. We have 98L, which has no shot of formation. Something interesting to note, though, is that this storm will try and make a U-turn and go over here and could try and do some shenanigans of development. We don't know, though. Too far out to say. Now, the big one that has everyone's attention is this little tropical wave right in here, the Eastern Caribbean, just southeast of the Dominican Republic. This wave is going to be headed towards the west, and the gyre, basically a whole bunch of spin, and here is going to try and cause a little bit of a low pressure area to form. And that low pressure is going to be dragged over to the northwest over here. And unfortunately, coincidentally, around the same time, a cold front is going to be trying to go here. So the storm's moving this way. The cold front's there. It's going to try and make it go towards towards Florida, which is not good news because they've been hit multiple times this year. They do need a break. We'll take a look at Cuba right now. I'm assuming that's not supposed to look like that. Nope, never mind. It is supposed to look like that. I thought it was just from the hurricane. Okay, let's take a look, a deeper dive into that system in the Caribbean. The system is supposed to, it does have a lot of model support. Over the next 7 days, week or so, it should be developing somewhere in here, potentially impacting Jamaica, Nicaragua, or Honduras. And then it's going to start moving up towards the northwest. You'll see some models have it going up here, and then it curves towards the east. So that's something to look out for. Now, if we pull up something like this, right here, you'll be able to see why. So this high is what's blocking it from going straight up here. It's just going to continue moving towards the west, meandering this way. Now a trough tries to ease its way over here. You can clearly see it right in here, which is acting kind of like a cold front. It's going to try and bring the system up towards it. Now the issue with that is the trough is going to be moving east, so it's dragging the system with it. If we go in time, you'll see it, how it gets tugged right into the trough right there. Gets added into it, and it's going to be moving east since this is pushing it east. Right in there, and then also you have this system, which I have no confidence in right now. I mean, the environment will support it, but I mean, come on, we're almost at the end of hurricane season. Can we please not have another major hurricane? So yes, that will be also another possibility. We're going to have to watch that closely over the next 10 days. Now let's go back to our systems in the Western Pacific. Let's take a look at all 4 systems, and let's take a look at what the model runs show. Alright. So starting off, we have our 4 disturbances here. This is the typhoon we're currently live streaming. This is the one we did the last time around. If we go forward 24 hours or so, we can see that Nika weakens because it hits the Philippines. This system, Mars, also weakens because it's in the South China Sea, not a really great environment. A 94W, which will be future, I don't know what the next name is. If you guys can just give me a little bit of a heads up, what's the next name in the Philippines after Nika? If any of you guys know, please let me know. I believe that the next international name is like Usage or something like that. I don't know. And then we have Manyi over here, getting ready to impact the Northern Mariana Islands. So if we skip forward another 24 hours, you'll notice 4 main things. Mars has dissipated at that point. Nika is approaching China and Hong Kong. We have our next system, 94W, now basically a typhoon within 48 hours. That's impressive. And we also have Manyi over here, which is weakening as it enters the Philippine Sea. We go forward another 24 hours. We have, let me actually go back and see if there was any intensification. Tries to. Nika is now approaching the coastline of China and Hong Kong. We have, let's see, we have the next system, 94W, as a Category 2, maybe Category 3 major typhoon. We have Manyi weakening, but still moving west now in the Philippine Sea. We go forward another 24 hours. Nika strikes the coast of China. And we also have the next name storm. Next international name is Usagi. Okay, Ophel. Ophel. Okay, O-F-E-L, not Olaf. Ophel. So this one will be Ophel if it gets named. Usage is the international name it would get. And it has it making landfall as a major typhoon within the next 4 days. We also see we have Manyi over here as a weak low. Now, models are not going to do a great job showing its intensification phase. Because, they have it weakening so much. And I mean, I do think it will weaken a lot due to shear. It could even potentially dissipate. Main thing is, though, if it survives, it will be able to intensify. Try to. These aren't showing it, but as it makes its curve northwards, it's going to be in a very favorable environment. So you can see, though, the GFS, the American model, has future Ophel impacting Vietnam. It's mainly split 50-50. Does it go up here and then down, or does it go all the way up here towards the Ryukyu Islands and towards Japan? We'll see. Now let's take a look at the steering currents. What's driving this? If we go towards the upper level, like mid levels up here, we can see all these systems right now. Here's the 4, just for clarification, where they're generally located at. So we have this ridge right here, blocking everything from going too far north. So that's probably why the system's staying on a southern general area. This system has been brought up to the north because of this trough, but it cannot escape because the trough is moving too quickly. So the high is there, so that's basically forcing the systems to move west, this general direction, this way, and then, of course, this way. So we should see that over the next 24 hours. Yep, right there. All of them have moved west. So this is roughly where all 4 systems are at this time. See another trough developing, but that will not be strong enough. Or kind of developing, but it will not be strong enough to pull Manyi away. Now you can see that here's clearly a ridge, so it's trying to prevent the storms from going too far north. But you can see that the ridge kind of ends right in here. Becomes like a normal area of pressure, not anything low, not anything high. Alright, Ofol is the next one. Then Pepito, Quirubino. Alright, Pepito will be the next one, Manyi, if it decides to develop this one right here. So let's put it through another 24 hours, see what happens. Right here you can see the ridge right here, trying to turn into a trough then, right in here. Which is now trying to bring Nika towards the north. The ridge isn't really that strong up here, so this storm is trying to move more to the north. And then the Manyi's roughly over here. So if we go forward another 24 hours, we can see the ridge right here. Pretty strong ridge blocking it from going any farther north, at this time at least. We have this trough that's trying to develop right in here. Let's put it through another 24 hours. Right in there, we have the ridge that continues to block it. And the trough is not that strong. It's not able to push the ridge out of the way in time. So according to this GFS run, see the trough isn't really too strong. It's still part of a ridge right there. So it just heads into the South China Sea over there. So remember, this is just one model run. There is the possibility it tries to go up towards the north and east, and I do think, I don't know if the model run will show it. Nope, it won't. Okay, worth a try though. What if 8, okay, no, that's not gonna help. Alright, let's take a look at the other models. The European model is one that has it going up towards the northeast. Oh, I know why this would be. Okay. So, let me compare it to the GFS. Alright, so the big thing with the GFS run is it doesn't really have this little ridge or a high pressure that strong. Of course, it's steering the storms this way. It isn't really that strong, though, as you can see. If I go to the European model, however, you'll notice that it's a pretty sharp gradient here, and that's exactly what's trying to drag it towards the north. Right over there. It sees it as an opportunity to get dragged towards the north and just go that general direction. But also, a trough of low pressure right here, which is very far to the north, decides to sweep in and pick up the system. So they just basically combine there, get sucked into it. The GFS doesn't have that at all there. It kind of has one right here, but because it's too far out, we don't know what's going to happen. We know that there should be a general area of lower upper level pressure. Right there are height anomalies. It does have it as like an upper level low right here, not able to interact with anything because the ridge is way too strong. The European model does have it breaking that ridge, though, has a trough all going down that way. So it's able to pick up the system, tug it all the way over there. Oh, the Euro AI model has something interesting. Yeah, the Euro AI model does show the Manu, which would be let me see what the name would be again. Pepito. That storm. So there's Ophel right in here, trying to get pretty close to the northern Philippines as like a major typhoon. And you can see that this system right here, Pepito, future Pepito, is trying to weaken because of wind shear. If it survives, it does have a good shot of intensifying, potentially to a major typhoon. This time, though, in the central Philippines, not the northern ones. It's really just the central Philippines, not Luzon necessarily. If we just follow the tracks of all of them, right there, the AI model doesn't have one storm hitting. This one does have it, of course, a bit more north, and then it gets tugged by the trough out to sea there. Here's your little trough, tugs it over, becomes a post-tropical mess. Okay, I can't do much here. Alright, I can't do that either. Okay. Let's take a look at the Canadian model. Of course, they aren't doing great with the intensity of the storms. This one actually has future Ophel reaching the very far tip of the northeastern Luzon, like Santa Ana general area. Then they actually have it dissipating just south of Taiwan. The trough doesn't reach it in time to pull it. I don't know what they want the next system to do. In the next system, they have it pretty much dissipating right in here. I feel like the models are underdoing it, though. It could still become a decent tropical depression, tropical storm at the minimum. It just has to survive, though. I mean, I do think it could very well reform. And of course, they're showing other systems potentially developing. This one right there. They have like a whole train of storms, so I mean, it is not letting up yet. Okay. The next stream I do, I'll have more information as to when it will let up. For right now, though, we have like a guaranteed next stream, sometime within the next 4 days, probably on the 14th. That would be around Thursday night, roughly. Could be doing another stream then, so I mean, it's not over yet. Let's see. Remember, guys, if you're liking the stream, you're liking the information, please be sure to like and like the video, like the stream, and subscribe while you're at it. That'd be very much appreciated. I'd like to see. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Just looking at something off screen real quick. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to. Oh, well, we have a new tropical cyclone, tropical depression here. I'll show you guys. That's why it took them so long. Alright, so we have our next system to watch out for. It's not on here yet, but I'll share it with you all. I believe that's it. Yep. Okay. It's not the best quality, but you'll see they do have a new tropical depression right down here. This is going to be the next thing we're going to watch out for because it is forecast to become a severe tropical storm, maybe even typhoon per Pegasa scale when it hits northern Philippines. So, I mean, this is all deja vu for you guys, unfortunately. I'm just checking something. Yeah, so what are you guys' thoughts on that? They already have their first cone on the storm right in here, so there's a large range of possibilities. It is interesting to note, though, that they have the center on the more south end of guidance. There is a very decent possibility that the center may just hit right in here. Or that it's like a 50-50 shot. It could just curve out towards the Ryukyu Islands. It is too far out to say, though. But you can see the cone of potential areas where it could hit, so there is a good amount of wiggle room for it potentially impacting the Philippines. So there's a good chance there will be a stream on Thursday into Friday. So just be prepared for that. I am certainly prepared for it. The main issue, though, is if it does go up here, it will be impacting multiple land areas, and I'll have to do multiple streams on it, which I'm fine with. And just spreading the information as best as I can. The German model wants that storm all the way off to the east to open up into like a little trough right there. So that's the thing, though. If wind shear kills it, that third system isn't going to be able to do much. Because it will have to go through the entire reformation stage. Especially if it stays further north, because conditions won't be as favorable at that point. Oh, and speaking of this cone, how I was saying it could hit the northern tip. Let's take a look at the high-resolution hurricane model. Right here. Oh, wait, no, that's too far out. My apologies. Let me go to this. Alright, this run is still far out, so just keep that in mind. They do have it reaching typhoon status roughly within the next 48 hours, which is a possibility if it gets its act together real quick, which it seems to be doing. Then it has it potentially being a major typhoon, even Category 4, when it hits the Philippines on the 14th, late on the 14th. Right in here. So, I mean, it is difficult to see, well, is it going to actually go more south? Like, they're forecasting it to hit down here, which it could, but it could also go all the way up here. And then they do have it also going towards the Babuan Islands and then on to mainland Taiwan, which they'll have to watch out for as well. Memory says deja vu multiple times. Ellen Rose says, I'm getting deja vu for Mars. Yep. That's the issue, though. There's multiple storms deciding to hit Luzon. They can't get a break. And I will continue live streaming them because as long as it's a threat, I'll keep you guys updated. Hold on, there's a new radar frame out. The Eyewall appears to be closing. This surface observation has updated. It's now went from 1001 to 1000 millibars. Not that much of a change, but that number will quickly go down as the central pressure's at around, actually check. It should be at around 971 millibars, so we'll see. Yeah, the center seems to be right around here. It's going to be going generally this way. But they should get into the eye, right in there. Well, you can see that the eye is not completely clear. That's because the remnants of the old eye wall are still swirling around in there. It's not complete, but I mean, you can clearly tell there's something in there. And then here's your main eye wall. So don't be fooled that just because you reach the eye, it's over, because that little eye wall that's still swirling around is going to pack a punch if it coincidentally lands on you. Wolf3 says, hi. Hi. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? And where are you watching from? Just curious. So we got viewers all over the place in the Philippines. Taking a look at the wind forecast from the high resolution model, it does have it as a typhoon within the next 1.5 days, which is, I don't think that's going to happen. It has it reaching a Category 2 status within the next 2 days. I doubt that's going to happen. It would have to quickly, rapidly intensify. Then it has it at a major Category 3 status in the next 2.5 days. Then it has it reaching Category 4 status, and a powerful one at that over the next 4 days. So definitely something to look out for. That it should impact the Babuan Islands, at least on this model. Tropical storm force winds, though, aren't necessarily that large, relatively speaking. Right in here. Then your damaging winds are going to be right in here, and then your hurricane force winds are typhoon force is everything that's pink. So it's like, we'll see. Let's take a look at sea surface temperatures. Is that going to be a problem? Because the thing is, this system, the waters are already cooling by so much there. We have this system from Kong-rey, or Leon going there. We have this trail from Mars. I think that's a trail from Mars, yep. Then we'll have another little trail from Nika. So it's going to be like a lot of cooler than normal sea surface temperatures. And then this system will have to deal with it over here. You can see it cool the waters down due to upwelling. And if it's actually stalling over here, the system's going to quickly fall apart, which is really good news for Taiwan. But yeah, the big thing for the next system, though, is it able to swing down here and go into those very warm waters, or is it just going to follow this system into cooler waters and not do much? We'll see. Well, the update from Pegasus still hasn't been posted on Twitter. That's interesting. Wolf3 says, I literally came because your stream was on my recommendeds. Well, thank you for tuning into the stream. I hope you are doing well. Alright, so you can clearly tell, though, that the rain is starting to impact parts of Isabella and Aurora. Isabella and Aurora. Right in there. This radar isn't going to be 100% perfect because you can see like there's a gap right here that it's not being able to detect. Whereas realistically, the rain's probably occurring for parts of there. Man, why does it say that? Okay. Typhoon, just trying to change the name of it because some of the things aren't really working as they should. That. So within the next 3 hours or so, it should make its landfall. I believe so. I don't know, though. The Eyewall hasn't even touched land yet, so it's going to be quite a while. Now remember, those watching, if you guys have any questions about your local area, please ask. I'd love to help you with that. If you're just curious about your local area or family in certain areas, what impacts they could get, I'd be happy to help you all with that. I do have a question, though, for those who have been watching the stream for a good amount of time. Have you all noticed any ads? I've been trying to experiment with this. Like, have you, Mama Merds, have you seen like an advertisement on the stream, like, the thing where it says like skip in 5 seconds kind of stuff, um, where it interrupts the stream for a short amount of time? Yeah, I'm just curious because recently got monetized, so I'm just experimenting with it. I don't want to interrupt the viewer experience with this though. None yet. Okay, good. No Pagass update. Unfortunately, Pagass is a tagalog word for hope. Yep. JLC Thomas says, I've got friends over there. If the two storm will be out of the way by Friday. Uh, can you tell me where the friends are located? Like what province, roughly? I can help you with that. Um, and then I can kind of show you a rough idea. Thank you, Mama Words. You can always skip though. I mean, it doesn't change it if you skip or not, I don't think. I'm just trying to make the viewer experience better. I don't want to make people overloaded with ads. Alright, if we go over to the Western Pacific and take a look at timing. Oh, we have a new run just coming out. That is going to be good. I've been on the stream for not more than 5 minutes, but I did not have ads for like 1 year. That's nice. I know that people use ad blockers and stuff like that, and then YouTube's on that constant war with banning ad blockers. So I mean, anyways. Also, guys, in the meantime, while we're waiting for this model run to come out, I did want to give you all an update on my animations. I've made some decent progress on the seasonal stuff, like North Atlantic hurricane season, Eastern Pacific hurricane season, got some decent progress. I'm starting to do the Western Pacific typhoon season. You just have them all ready for a December and January, February. That kind of time frame. I'll also be working on the North Indian Ocean cyclone season, so I'm trying to get it done, but of course these typhoons always want to keep coming and having me doing live streams instead, but I'm glad I'm being able to help people in the impact zone. Yeah, those who are interested in seeing past typhoons, especially like the one Trammy that happened recently, also known as Christine, that storm which caused over 150 deaths. If you want to see its track and where it went, I have an animation on my YouTube channel that came out just like 5 hours ago. So those who are interested in that, you all can check that out. And Yingxing, okay. Yeah, I'll do a stream on a animation on Yingxing whenever it's finally dissipates, but it doesn't seem like that will be the case until next week. So yeah, Gerald C. Thomas, if you could tell me where your friends are, you said they're over there. If the two storm will be out of the way by Friday. The thing is, it seems like the storm may impact on Thursday night into Friday morning. So I don't think it's going to be gone by Friday. It may be gone by Friday night. It is too close to call. I mean, especially if you're on like the northern tip of Luzon or the Babuan Islands or the Batanes Islands. It's too far out to tell for those. So here's the latest icon model, the German model. It has the storm hitting at around Thursday night and then leaving the area by around Friday night. Still, it slows down after hitting the area, if you guys can tell. Right at the end there, it slows down. So, I mean, it could still be impacting the area. I don't think it's going to be that tight of a course, so it could still impact the area. So, it's something we'll continue to have to watch. All right, here's a look at the storm surge forecast, which is pretty nice. I didn't realize they do this. All right, so this is the latest, I believe. Not really, but close. So these are the storm surge forecast. So in the orange color, you get a storm surge of around 2 to 3 meters. Now remember that is sea level rise. So how much the water is gonna rise, and those living in low lying coastal communities, you guys should not be near the coast, especially on the northern end of wherever it hits, like Isabella. Um, let's see, what other areas are there? Stuff like Isabella, Cagayan, that general area. Where's this other system that I was told about? I can't see it. It started with a B. I don't see the name of it. All right. I'm assuming that Pegasus still hasn't updated. Nope, I find that weird though. It should have updated. All right. Memard says, just curious here, is there a place on Earth without weather disturbance? What do you mean by that? Like, these cyclones? Are you talking about cyclones, or are you talking about, like, weather? No weather. As those are two vastly different things. As I'm assuming that you mean, like, is there any oceans, cyclones? Okay. Like typhoons, all that stuff. So, a good example of that is, there are some basins that you aren't really supposed to get that many things. Like, for example, the South Atlantic. This area rarely gets storms, but sometimes they do. One time there was a Category 2 that plowed into Brazil after having, like, only storms. So they do sometimes get disturbances. Think about the Mediterranean. Look at this, how small of a basin this is compared to the Western Pacific. Here, if I zoom out for size comparison, Western Pacific's about like this whole area, whereas the Mediterranean's only up here, and their waters are cooler. Over here it's very warm, humid, all that stuff. This area it's pretty cold. But speaking of that, we also have a metacane right now, a very rare Mediterranean hurricane going on. It's not that strong, but it is going on. It is going to hit Algeria over the next few hours, right around here. So this is a perfect example of how cyclones can almost occur anywhere. And you'll think like, okay, well this area is like moderately sized, but if you think about the Great Lakes over here, we have had a hurricane, not officially like monitored or whatnot, but did have some subtropical characteristics where it came in around here in 1996. So I mean, even Michigan isn't safe from them. The areas that are going to be safe though are going to be landlocked areas, stuff like mainland Russia, Kazakhstan, that general area. Over here is the problem. Over here though is they get non-tropical cyclones. So basically, just these very large, powerful storms that aren't like they don't have like 100 like 200 kilometer an hour winds, but they can get close to that. Um, it's like they're different kind of stuff, but the main areas that are going to be safe are going to be places like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, basically the entirety of Africa, except for the eastern coast, because cyclones do tend to hit Mozambique, Tanzania, possibly Kenya. A good area, or a good example of an area that doesn't really get hit is going to be the equator. It's like Papua New Guinea, southern Indonesia, uh, northern Brazil, Peru, Colombia. Those general areas, they just can't get cyclones in the equator. I guess menu. All right, let's see. Gerald C. Sorry, I had to take a while to find out exactly what city it was. Sorogasan City. All right, thank you for that. I will take a look at it. Appreciate you for sticking around. City. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to check what general area it is. All right, they are over there. They should be fine. The latest cone, I don't know if it does it have them in it. Latest cone doesn't really have them in it. They're over here. I don't think they're going to get impacts then, because by Friday it should already be gone. So they should be okay with that system. The only thing, though, is there will be another system that could threaten them. If I go to this thing, Man Yi is going to be something that could threaten them. If it's able to maintain intensity through here, it could go on to impact them. So that's going to be something over the next 10 days. So not on Friday, not on Saturday, don't think on Sunday. It's going to take a while to actually occur. So you can see the American model coming out right now. We don't have all the frames out yet. All of these have not loaded. But we can see they do have 94W becoming a major typhoon within the next 60 hours, which that's some pretty quick rapid intensification. They also show Man Yi over here meandering southwestwards. This is the one we're going to have to watch out for. Does it have it continuing to dissipate, or will it have it as a stronger storm? An example of something that does have it as a stronger storm is going to be the AI model of the European. Right here, they do have it impacting the area on around the 16th. That would be, okay, never mind, that'd be Saturday night. My apologies, it wouldn't be on Friday at that time, so it would be Saturday night, actually. Then Toraji, Sea of Japan, be like, okay, name of it, Huron, yep. Also, Chad, Kar, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, and a bunch of others, yeah. A lot of areas aren't really impacted as much from the from typhoons. We call them tropical cyclones because they're tropical, in the subtropics region. We call the other ones that are kind of like these frontal systems with, like cold fronts, warm fronts. These are extra tropical. They don't have any tropical characteristics. The ones that are in between the two, kind of like this system, how it's so far north, but it is doing pretty decent. We call these subtropical systems. So subtropical systems can still impact pretty far north areas like Italy, Turkey. So that's a possibility. There aren't many areas that are safe from weather in general, but there are some areas that are safe from cyclones. Like, think about North Dakota, South Dakota. But even then, some of the remnants of tropical cyclones will still reach them and dump large amounts of rain. So, really nowhere in the United States is safe from cyclones, because even some of the tropical ones will go over to Alaska and impact them as powerful typhoon force extratropical cyclones. So, really, there isn't really a safe area. I know that, like, the more south you go in the Philippines, the safer you are. Just because you aren't as exposed to, like, or away from the equator. Um, and sometimes I forget how far north I am, like, compared to the Western Pacific. Typically, I feel like I'm at around the Philippines. In terms of latitude, no. You guys are much further south than I am. I'm north of Taiwan in terms of latitude. Anyways, any moment now we should get a new radar frame, which will be helpful. Gerald C. Thomas says, "Oh, that's great. Thank you for saying and looking for me. You're welcome. If you have any other questions, be sure to let me know. I will happily be able to answer those for you." Memberd says, "Thanks for the answer/explanation. You are welcome. If you have any other questions about tropical cyclones, I'd be happy to answer those. It's been an hour and still Pagasa hasn't posted their stuff on Twitter. Over the Sea of Aurora. Okay. Didn't know that's what it's called. I have a few friends in Manila. Are they going to be safe? From this storm, it does appear so. They could get some gusty showers. Nothing big, but um, they've gone through worse, so they'll be fine in Manila. This next system, though, I don't know. It could just plow right through. Or the third one, Manyi, all the way out to the east. It'd be the P named storm, Pepito. That could impact them, but that'd be in a week. So the next stream I'll do most likely on Thursday night or Friday morning. That one I will know a lot more on what's happening with it by that point. So if you're curious, you can always check back, and then I'll be covering this next storm that's about to impact the Philippines over the next 4 days or so. Okay. I'm gonna post something on Twitter about something. Wolf3 says, and I literally found you in the Nadine slash Chrissy video again. I forgot about you for like 2 years. Oh, well, thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. I'm gonna post something on Twitter about that subtropical system. Let's go take a look at that. And because this is something that could do a decent amount of damage for parts of Algeria, because most of them are like a desert, I believe. Let me go back into daytime, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's moist near the coast, but system isn't really supposed to be there, so, hmm. I'll pull it up on satellite, or does it have radar? Nope, it just exited that area. Let's see. Um, I know that the last time that storm hit a desert in the and wherever it killed like 20,000 people, which is awful. Okay, yeah. Oh my, wow. This is just horrendous. The satellite. Alright, here's the new frame. You can clearly see that it has two eyes going on right now. It's trying to, uh, close off the outer eye wall. It's just about to touch the coastline of Isabella and Aurora pretty soon. This will likely contain a typhoon force wind, so you all should be prepared for that. It seems like within the next 3 hours or so it should make its landfall. I feel like that's reasonable. Like a reasonable assumption. It is going to take a while though too. Thought it was going to make landfall by around an hour ago, and it seems like it doesn't want to do that. It's going to take its time, which I'm fine with. I guess just well, no, actually, I'd prefer it go faster, just so that way we can get over it soon, instead of them having to deal with it for a longer amount of time. This was supposed to hit them in the night, and so they could wake up to it not really impacting them over. Now it's just slow down, so. Someone says also the name of the Metacane. Well, I don't think it's named yet, so. Yeah, there is no official agency. We have it as Subtropical Storm 2 because there isn't an official name. Jill C. Thomas says, okay, you're so helpful. Thank you for the information. I really do appreciate it. I love your channel. Thank you all for your love it. Be sure to subscribe, like the stream, and then also, if you're curious about seeing what typhoon animations look like, hurricane animations, you can check out my channel, my main videos, where I animate typhoons and hurricanes, tropical cyclones in general, and where they track. And by around the early next year, I will have animations out on the entire season. What has happened? The hurricane season with storms like Milton, Helene, and I'll have storms like Yagi. What else? Gaimi. Those storms in the Western Pacific. I'll have storms like John in the Eastern Pacific, Ramal, Dana in the North Indian Ocean. So you'll be able to get to see all those. Those will come out in a while because I'll need to animate them first. And also the season needs to end first. I'm going to see if I can. Okay, where did I put it? It's all over the way over there. Okay, let me just grab something real quick. Yep, so it's currently trying to complete its Eyewall replacement cycle. If you don't know what that is, it's basically you have too small of an eye to sustain yourself. Your eye continues to get smaller and it basically collapses. So a new eye tries to form. What was bands, like your outer bands of a storm, rain bands, just forms a new eye wall around it. So you have your original eye in there, and then you have your next eye, your outer eye. So that's what really prevented it from completely bombing out in intensity. Which you all got lucky on this. The bad news is, or the problem comes when you see that there's going to be another 2 storms. Will you get lucky with 94W and it just completely busts, does not become what it is expected to do? Or will you guys get unlucky on this storm and it actually manages to survive this year and become a pretty major typhoon impacting the central Philippines? You all will have to watch out for. But you guys do have time. You guys do have like another 4 days until this system hits, and another like week or so before this one does anything. So yeah, you guys do have time. Time is important with this. Time to prepare. Time to just so that it doesn't catch you all off guard. Sun has risen over Manyi, so let's take a look at that on satellite imagery. Let me just do this. Alright. CS menu. Let's take a look at that. Of course, they're all all blacked out because the satellite's having some troubles. You'll be able to see the satellite troubles I'm talking about. Yep. Right there now. I don't know why it's happening, but you can actually see the visible imagery over here. Right in there turning today. I think but if we take a look at the visible imagery on menu, you can see that it doesn't seem like the low-level circulation is outside of the convection too much. Of course, the convection is pretty unstable, as in it's not completely surrounding the storm. It's mainly on the northwestern side of the convection. You can clearly tell that there's some shear from the northwestern side. Yeah. The main problem though is to see if whether or not it will survive the shear when entering the Philippine Sea. If it does, then it could become another impact. The third impact within a week or so. We'll see though. So yeah, as you can see though, we can see the entirety of this. Let's take a look at Invest 94W. See how it's faring right now. The system probably is a tropical depression at this point. Pagasa hit it right on the head with this one. So the center is there. It looks a lot better. You can see how thunderstorms are all around the center instead of just on the southeastern side with Manyi. So it is doing a lot better. And that is an issue because this system is already doing pretty well. This system can bomb out in intensity over the next 2 days. And it has 4 days until it makes its landfall. Now I am going to eat some over the next 5 minutes. Just bear with me, please. I have to eat my dinner, so I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you all so much for waiting. Alright, let me just hide that text. There we go. Alright, hopefully I didn't lose too many of you. Oh, that's great. Okay, thank you all so much for sticking around. Um, let's take a look at the satellite imagery again. The sun is just starting to rise over the area, so I know that more of you guys are going to wake up soon. Because I believe it's, let's see, what time is it for you all? 6:20 a.m., so it's starting to become morning for you all. What time do you guys typically wake up at? I'm just curious. Because I know that some of you all who are watching in the Philippines are up earlier than people normally are, I'm assuming. Alright, the GFS run has come out. You can see they want a pretty powerful southwest Indian Ocean cyclone right down here. Thankfully not really impacting land, I don't think. Maybe impacting the Mauritius Islands. Yeah, that is a possibility. We'll see later in the run. So let me just cover that up. The Western Pacific, they have a system dying out before it impacts China. They do have this system becoming a major typhoon and peaking, I believe. Nope, they have it peaking earlier, then weakening slightly before impacting Luzon. And they have Man-yi going in as a weak tropical depression, tropical storm. Just something that we'll have to watch. I've been hearing a lot of talk about this system, that it could have a high ceiling if it manages to survive this year. Remember, it says 3 a.m. wake up time for me. Why that early? I'm curious. Over here in the United States, we don't wake up that early at all. The GFS ensembles are just coming out, so we'll be able to see, kind of where they want the storms to go. Okay, so looking at the latest GFS or GEFS ensembles, they do have the storm shifting pretty far south of initially thought. I don't know if it was the European that wanted it so far north. No, the GFS here wanted it split right there. Yeah, it was a little bit more north. It's shifted south slightly. Ensembles on this system have a little bit upticked. Notice the more yellow and greens there. So I know that those who just click on the stream, they think that this right here's Nika. No, this is the next storm after Nika. This is Nika right there. So you all will have to go through another major typhoon, most likely. That appears to be the case on Thursday night or Friday morning. I will be doing another stream then as well. Okay. That's unfortunate having an island right there without radar. Let's take a look at the surface observation. So it went from 1001 to 1000 millibars. Let's take a look at what it's at now. If it's updated, that is. Nope, has not updated yet. I don't know when it's going to update. Latest radar frame right here shows them getting hit with some of the rain. This eyewall, inner eyewall, though, is pretty dangerous. This thing is going to be circling around and around. Center hopefully can dissipate by the time it touches land. But that system's really going to catch some people off guard once they think like, oh, I'm in the eye. It's going to be calm for a bit. Then they get hit by this inner eyewall. That's not going to be good news. Hey, I forget satellites down. Okay. Ooh, satellites? Eh. I'm guessing that's visible that they're adding. Yeah, that'd make more sense. Yeah, so this is partially visible. Okay. I believe so. Okay, interesting. But there is a pretty decent band going over. I can probably pull it up on satellite. Yeah, so I mean, there is decent cloud cover over Metro Manila, but I don't know if they're going to be getting into the heaviest rain right now. There's a good band right here, and then there's the good core, powerful core in there. Since I was used to waking up early to prepare to go work, my work starts at 7 a.m. Oh wow, that is early. I can't tell if that's an eye trying to pop up. No, that's likely not an eye. I don't know. We can't see infrared because the satellite's glitching out, so makes it difficult. Yeah, so the latest American ensembles, like spaghetti models, where they show all the possible outcomes with everything tuned. You see all these blues, that's where the center of the high is. They all vary slightly. You see all these reds, that's the center of the low, so it could be here, here, here. Just shows almost every possible outcome. Of course, it can just decide, you know what, I'm not going to follow it and do something entirely different. But it does give us a good sense of what's going to happen. So most of the ensembles do have it more south than the initial model. I'll pull up the initial one right here to show you all. At least in my opinion, I think it's that way. And so that's the initial one. Then if I go over to the next one, we can okay, never mind. It's gonna not want to work. Okay. The initial one has it doing something like that, so something kind of like it. I do think that we should get a good influx of viewers as the storm's about to make landfall. Also, something interesting to note though is that something's wrong with the satellite because notice how the clouds move from here to here. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's like they've been teleported eastward slightly. I don't expect any of you guys to know why that is, but I don't know. You can see as the sun passes, it's shifting everything east. Um, Now remember, guys, if you have any questions, be sure to let me know. I'm here to help you guys the most. So if you have any questions or you're concerned about family somewhere, be sure to let me know what location it is. If you're concerned about anywhere really in the world, anywhere with weather, if it's a tropical cyclone impact that you're worried about, be sure to let me know. I'll do my best to help you. So you'll notice how split Manyi gets the third system right here. Could be here, could be here. I think that the faster would be better for it because it gets out of the unfavorable conditions quicker. Of course, that's not good news for the Philippines if it does that. Curious to see what the model run in the Caribbean Sea shows in the Atlantic. Okay, that's pretty weird. They have the vortex consolidating over to the southeast of Jamaica. Not over here like it was doing before. It tries it. Earlier in the run, you can see the low trying to consolidate there, but ultimately it curves to the east. I don't know why that is. Ensembles are going to be the more important thing to look at, though. Yep, right in there, consolidating over the next 48 or 4 days, right in there. We'll of course have to watch that closely. Hmm. So I do want to take a look at the, okay, what is that right there? So I need to send it somewhere. Just checking something else. Um, yeah, the joke about this thing is it's showing like a million mile or a million kilometer per hour wind report. That's of course not accurate. It shows up. Okay. What's the storm? 94W. Here are the ensembles as of I don't know how long ago this would be. This isn't the most up to date though. The new ones are just coming out, but you can see how they were split 50-50. Roughly, I'd say maybe 60% going this way, 40% that way. But it's pretty split. The center of it goes right over there. So it's like, does it hit? Does it not? We don't know. This new run is going to try and be a little bit more inaccurate, showing that the storm is developing. And so they do have Manyi affecting Metro Manila over the next uh, week or so. Ensembles are going to be the thing I'm most interested in. Again, notice how much further south they have this system compared to all the others. The others are starting at like right over here. Waters get warmer the farther south you go. Now let's take a look at the environmental conditions for all these systems. I'll start out with Yinzing. Get a decent look at that. The problem with it right now is it's going through some pretty rough shear right in here. And you can tell that just by looking at it right over there. Notice how all the thunderstorms are being put away from the center, not doing much. So it's currently getting sheared pretty badly. It's expected to go towards Vietnam, so we'll need to watch out for that. Sea surface temperatures, not that good at all. Relative humidity, dry air is also impacting it. Here, if I take, okay, I can't even look at it really without it bugging out. Here you can see how much drier the air is over there. The blacker colors there, so it's not really that good compared to this system right here. Some very good moist air. There's some dry air here for this next system, but it should be able to handle it. So of course, in all the models want the intensity to drop off of a cliff real fast. I don't doubt that that's going to happen. Sean says, hi, how are you doing? Where are you watching from, and are you having a good day so far? Remember, if you have any questions, just let me know. Your local area, anything weather that I'm saying that's confusing, just be sure to let me know, and I'll explain it. Taking a look at another tool. On Yinzing. Get a good look on it. Now Yinzing is over. Oh yeah, okay. Infrared's going to be glitched out. There we go. We can have this up. If we take a look at shear, shear isn't that bad on here. I don't know why that is. Shear's pretty low. It's mainly the dry air that's the issue. I don't know where to find it. Okay, it's somewhere here. So if we take a look at the conditions it's going through, sea surface temperatures, ooh, that's not good, 26, 27 Celsius. It's pretty low, relatively low, so it's not really able to sustain much thunderstorm development, stuff like that. Moisture, you can see a pretty dry area right in here. This area is completely dry. Say it's not doing too well. Oceanic heat content, not doing too well either. The depth of the waters, not really a concern though because of its movement speed. Just see, okay. Curious if we have a ASCAT pass. Yes, we do. That wasn't from too long ago. Interesting. Pull up this website if it's working. Nope, okay. It's quite interesting, though, to see that it has a... Did it really close out of it? Okay. No, it didn't. Okay, that was my fault. You can see ASCAT showing it was likely a typhoon at this point. Alright. It's cool seeing that ASCAT can show you areas where there's literally no wind, like right over here. No wind at all to deal with. Sean says, I'm going to have tacos today. Good for you. Hope you enjoy them. Mid-shear, that doesn't really help out too much. But this is a general look at Yinzing. We'll take a look at some other storms to see how they're doing as well. If we take a look at our next system, which is going to be our current system, Toraji, also known as Nika in the Philippines, we take a look at the forecast. Problem with it is going to be shear and drier air. You can see how quickly shear skyrockets up. This area is when it becomes like neutral, roughly, so after it comes up here it becomes unfavorable. Sea surface temperatures also continue to lower. Relative humidity, it gets drier air. So you'll see it peaks up and then it strikes land, pivots down, and then it just stabilizes and continues to weaken. I've noticed that it could potentially re-intensify in the South China Sea. Not by much, though. It should only be a peak as a typhoon again. In like a low-end one. Nothing like it is like right now, almost a major. And here, if we take a look at the on what's going on from imagery and stuff like that, we can see it's right over here. It looks very shrimpy. You can see how you have your we call these shrimps. As you can see, you have the head of your shrimp, and you have the tail of it going right through here. So this is a pretty good shrimp in there. If we take a look at shear right now, shear isn't really a problem. It has an upper level anti-cyclone right here, basically just an area of no shear right there. And notice these reds. These reds are unfavorable, and it's going to have to go through that. But it does have a decent window, greens and yellows, where it could try and re-intensify briefly before then falling apart. So that is something we'll need to watch out for. If we take a look at sea surface temperatures, what it's going through, it's a lot better than the other storm. It is at around 29, 28 degrees Celsius. That's not bad. But of course it's going to lower and lower as it goes farther to the northwest. Anything blue here is unfavorable for any development. The more red your colors are, though, the better it is for intensifying storms. Just curious if there's anything there. Okay, microwave imagery here shows that it has a nice eye. There has a nice band as well. Pretty big shrimp. Oh, here's what it looks like right now in terms of moisture. Notice how much more moisture this has than Yingxing right over here. Big difference there. Of course, the moisture starts lowering as it goes over here, more dry air from China. Right in here, an extremely dry air over here. So the system will have to face through that. Again, it could become a brief typhoon, but it could also weaken. So that's another possibility. Let's see, labels, okay. And then I'm going to eat for the next 5 minutes real quick, just finish the dinner, and then I'm going to continue focusing on this, if you don't mind. Alright, I'm going to mute. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you all so much for waiting. Alright, so the sun is about to rise over Typhoon Toraji, also known as Nika, in the Philippines. As you can see right over here, so we're going to get some better imagery of it. More so like, let's see, roughly every 10-minute imagery. Right now we've been using radar, which updates roughly every, actually I'm curious about what this shows right here. Okay, it still shows black, alright. Radar, oh wow, it's almost completed its Eyewall replacement cycle, so this, I do believe this is probably strengthening at this point. Look how much better it looks right now. So the Eyewall is starting to be on shore of parts of Isabella and Aurora, right in there. So typhoon force winds are likely occurring in Dinapigu, Dilasag. So if you're in those areas, you need to be hunkering down now because the worst of it is approaching. Pressure has dropped from 1001 to 1000 to now 996 millibars. Doesn't seem like they're going to get a direct hit. But a landfall does seem likely within the next, let's see, that would be around 132 minutes or so. Alright, hi Jason. I'm going to see what that says. I need to translate that real quick. I said you can feel it here in Isabella. Where in Isabella are you, if you don't mind me asking? But yeah, it is starting to impact Isabella right now. All throughout here. Getting impacts from its band. I don't think radar can accurately show it for some reason. Probably something blocking it, mountains or something like that. Satellite won't show it either. Yeah, you can see the shrimp appearance right there with its tail being right in front of it, so it's in a pretty good environment right now. This does really remind me of Noru, or Carding of 2022, just weaker, like half as strong. Yeah, the sun is starting to rise for you all. Rise and shine, yeah. Of course, it's not going to be shine, it's going to be all showers and thunderstorms right now. Around 15 minutes, we'll get a new radar frame mainly, and we're gonna start getting more and more visible satellite appearances. So we can see that there's a nice convective burst right here. Notice how the cloud just explodes, kind of like a volcanic eruption right there. So it's showing it's still trying to intensify. There's more over here, all along here. We can track them pretty closely. Since, for whatever reason, the colored satellite's down. I don't know what happened with this, but you can see the line starting to broaden, but yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Since I doubt it actually intensified by that much. The cloud tops, probably just a glitch. I am curious though what minute this updates, because it's every 10 minutes we get a frame. This is 30 minutes out of date though right now, this image. So it's probably a lot more brightened up. The system is pretty close to land at this time. Around 20 miles, I think. Let's take a look at. I want to wait. Personally, I'd like to wait until the next radar frame comes out, and then I'll use it to judge. But for reference, though, this was the. Nope, that's not it. This was the latest radar frame, showing its eye almost completely intact. One. Um. Yep, so the station is reporting 996 millibars. The center is likely around 971. So we'll see that number drop down. Don't know if I have an. I think that there's a tool that shows pressure, roughly like this. This doesn't do a great job at it at all, really, but it shows low pressure where it is. It's probably likely there. This shows it way higher than it should be, 990. There'd be 999, so I don't know. So those just tuning in, we have a major, likely major typhoon about to crash into either the roughly the Isabella Aurora border. Seems like it has trended back to the north, so it's following the cone. It's going to hit right along the border, which will deliver heavy rainfall and heavy winds for either side of both Aurora and Isabella. Main concern, though, is the coastline right around here. They're going to get storm surge because wind is blowing onshore. They're also going to be getting the worst winds because that's where the storm itself is moving. So you have to add on the movement speed. Southern side isn't as bad, but they are also going to be getting pretty. I think mudslides will be a concern, stuff like that. I'm not too sure. Like I said, though, we'll see. Now let's take a look at the environment the next storm is going to be going through. Because this is not, those who are tuning in, this is not your only storm. You're going to be getting hit by another one pretty soon. Curious to see this. This is as of 21 UTC. So this would be pretty recent. Yeah, typhoon force winds are probably already occurring on the coast. Damaging winds, tropical storm force, stuff like that. Right, oh, do we get an ASCAT pass? I'm interested in seeing that. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna check. I want to see how strong it likely is. Alright, so we're gonna pull up. I think it's 26. I may be wrong. Yep, it's the storm. Let me pull them all up. And don't have anything recent that shows it. Curious to see about other storm. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to look at this because this will show us what the storm's looking like. Like that. 98L, just checking it out. It was just interesting to see that the storm had gale force winds right there. Not a tight enough circulation though, so this is what we call a trough, where the winds will go like this. There, so in order to be an actual tropical cyclone, you need to have winds going like this as well, which it didn't have. The barbs basically show the wind blowing like this. They blow like this. No wind here, so no circulation. Let's take a look at a scat on. Okay, I believe that's going to be the only good thing. Unless it shows that. Alright, if I go to the next thing right here, if I go back to the next system that will likely hit the Philippines, I'm curious if they got any passes. Right here. It's a disaster right there, but this is out of date, so I feel like it's organized a bit better than that. Alright, I want to see the new model run because people have been talking about it showing a pretty strong storm in the North Atlantic. Oh yeah, jeez, okay, this is just such an interesting thing. I wouldn't trust this at all, though. Ensembles, though, that will help. You can see how most of them want something pretty strong in the Western Caribbean and then approaching the Northwestern Caribbean over the next week or so. Have to watch that very closely. This could be another major hurricane. Anyways, back to the storm we're currently looking at. Or the next one. Sorry about that, guys. Let's take a look at 94W. The next storm that will impact the Philippines. So the big thing to note is that shear isn't really a concern until the very end. That would be around the 15th, so this would be right around here-ish. But that's already when it makes landfall. Sea surface temperatures, not as much of a problem until after landfall. Relative humidity, not too bad. Just a tiny amount of dry air. But notice how most of the models want it as a major typhoon. Possibly even approaching Category 5, so this isn't something to mess around with. You need to watch this closely. Especially if you live in the northern Philippines. Alright, I'm gonna take another break for about 5 minutes. I will be right back. Yep, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you guys so much for waiting. Remember, guys, if you have any questions or if you're just hopping in and don't know what's going on, just be sure to just send a chat message, let me know. Alright, so the newest radar frame should be out. Nope, not yet, but it should be out soon. I can't imagine it being longer than 3 minutes or so. Sorry, alright. So visible imagery is now starting to show the actual storm since it's now, sunrise for you all. We can see that there is a larger eye trying to form here, I think. Yep, right in here. You can see a bunch of convective burst right here, so your eye is right in here, I think. I don't think that that's absurd to say. Yep. Satellite visible. Whoa, okay, what has happened? Oh, it's because it's... I don't know what it's doing. Alright, so let's see if it matches with radar. So we have this right here, and then we have this right here. We take a look at radar. No, it's not that large, but I can see what it's showing. The eye is just about to start touching land pretty soon. This is as of around 5 minutes ago. The Eyewall is already touching NikaPH and Dilisag. So it is touching the border between Isabella and Aurora. Thankfully, though, it doesn't seem like there's really any populated towns down here. There's a little town right here. No, not a town, but yeah, on this northern side, though. I see Palanan all the way up there. They should be fine, though. The main impacts right now, NikaPH is probably getting the worst of it right now. Same with Dilisag. Right there. The Aurora, this little island and bay over here, Kessigeren, they're getting hit pretty hard as well because they're now getting hit by the Eyewall. The eye still has some time to touch shore pretty soon. It's around 14 to 17 kilometers, 18 kilometers away from touching land, and around 43 kilometers from its actual center of the eye to make land or to touch land. And that's what we need to wait on to declare a landfall. Not just at the sides of the eye or that the eye's over land. You need the center of the storm to touch land. Keep in mind, landfall is just a meteorological term. It isn't that significant, landfall, in terms of what's going to happen with the winds and stuff like that. Alright, someone asked how strong the wind will be as Nika passes through Luzon. Do you mean as it's going over Luzon, or do you mean as it's going, as it's passes Luzon, like after it's in the, once it's in the South China Sea? So I'm going to pull up Zoom Earth right here. Right, let's go to kilometers per hour. Let's go to kilometers. Alright, there we go. That was the latest frame as of a while ago. Shows it's a little bit slower than forecasted, 55 kilometers away from shore at that time. Oh yes, as it passes by, okay, as it passes like through it. Should be likely right now it's around 150, maybe 170 kilometers per hour winds. Then it's going to get down to around 120 as it's over central Luzon, so like 120 kilometer per hour winds like somewhere in here. Then it's going to get down to around 100. Maybe stay at that, maybe go up to like 110 or something like that. And then it's going to be weakening as it's in the South China Sea, the far northwestern reaches of it. So it should still be over 100 kilometers per hour as it's passing through Luzon, going towards Santiago. Let's see. Yeah, so you're in Santiago. Santiago, yeah, could receive 130 kilometer an hour winds, possibly 140. We don't know yet. It's going to be pretty gusty, and it seems like the eye of the storm may actually go over you. That will be an interesting experience. I don't know if you've been. I'm curious. Have you ever been in the eye of a typhoon before? Go towards Santiago, my 10. Yep, unfortunately. So, have you been in the eye of a typhoon before? If you know what I'm trying to say, the calm spot in a typhoon mammerds. Wolf 3 says, yes, I'm here. Hello. How are you doing, Wolf? That was a nice burst right in here. But yeah, it does seem, based on the current trajectory, that it will try to hit Santiago. We'll see how that goes. I mean, really, it could go through. I don't know where exactly I could draw the line. Probably like here to here on where it could go through. Let me actually zoom in some more. I like there to there. At least the center of the storm. The eye might impact too. So really just try and look at the bright side of it and say, just don't try to be too scared. Um, just look at the bright side that you'll be in the eye of it, but make sure you are hunkered down again. Don't spend too long out in the eye because the second side will hit you by surprise in an opposite direction. Yeah, remembered. So, it seems like you all should get into the eye if it manages to stay open. I don't know if it's going to be able to do that though. No, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Okay. This. Right there. So it's the center of it's around 117 kilometers, almost 120 kilometers away from you. The edge of the eye is around 94 kilometers, and the strongest winds are likely around 85 kilometers away. Alright, so it is going to have to go through some elevation before reaching you. Got some nice mountains there that could tear it apart. Aileen Rose says, yes, I've been in an eye before. Oh, wow. That must have been a very interesting experience. I've been in the eyes of 3 hurricanes this year in the United States. That has been fun. Actually, traveling to get into the eyes of them. Anyways, surface observations won't be up until roughly 20 minutes. So in the meantime, let's take a look at the environment that this next system that's going to hit the Philippines will be in. So satellite's not going to work, so I have to use this. So currently right now, sea surface temperatures are not a problem with it. I'm going to turn on models. I thought there are models. I guess there are not. Okay. Anyways, then let me zoom out even further. You can see sea surface temperatures of this system aren't really a problem. It's going to be at around 29 to almost 30 degrees Celsius. So it's really good for quick intensification. It does get a little bit cooler as it approaches the Luzon, so that could help weaken it slightly. We're hoping that happens. Oceanic heat content is pretty good for the system. Right in there, so I mean it has a lot to work with. Speaking of which, that other system was also in a decent amount of oceanic heat content, but the thing is it's not stalling, so it's not able to use it. Okay, I was just curious about that. Okay, that doesn't work. I thought it'd show me the value. Just says -79. Okay. Yeah, not what I wanted. Okay. It's Nika says, hello, how are you doing today? I think I know who you are. Alright, so just a little bit of a rundown of the storm. It's probably let me go back to it. It's probably around a Category 2, Category 3, about to hit the border between Isabella and Aurora, right in here. It's around possibly less than 2 hours away from landfall. It's kind of hard to tell. It has a massive eye, and it doesn't make landfall until the center of it is touching land, so it's going to be a while until it does that. Seems like it's going to plow through and then hit Santiago and then cross over into the South China Sea as a severe tropical storm, and then could get up to typhoon status once again before finally weakening and dissipating near Hong Kong. Could deliver some rain showers there. Not too much of a concern for them. Whoops, okay. So this radar updates every 30 minutes, so we don't really get much information out of it. This satellite updates every 10 minutes, so this is what it's looking like right now. Unfortunately, the color satellite that we use has completely broken. You can clearly see it's not supposed to be doing this, so I don't know why. This hasn't happened in like a month, so they can't really do much to fix it since it's all the way up in space right now. Yeah, the sun has risen over the Philippines there. Ellen Rose says, and it was Super Typhoon Odette. Oh wow, that was a bad one. That was back in, I think that's Rye. That was 2021. That was a pretty interesting storm, especially for December. The storm is taking on the shrimp-like appearance. Right now it has one really nice band. Nothing really to southeast of it developing. Speaking about southeast, though, if we go all the way down to the next system, 94W, this is set to be another strong system, potentially major typhoon, as it approaches the Philippines. This will approach there over the next 4 days or so, so they have a good amount of time to prepare, but of course they're only focusing on Toraji, or Nika, right now. Then they're going to have to shift their focus back to this system, and then after this system passes, they'll have to shift their focus to this one over here, as it meanders towards the actually Northern Mariana Islands first. They'll have to watch it closely. So we're currently waiting on a surface observation to appear. This should come out within the next 15 minutes or so. They are getting battered with the Eyewall here in Aurora. So I don't really trust winds because they're only giving a measurement every hour, so it's not really that great. What I'm looking for is pressure, because they're going to be the closest station to the eye. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. The lowest pressure would be right here, and it's a pretty decent ways away. I don't know if they're going to get into the eye even. If we go to the last frame before this, yeah, it is moving pretty fast. Okay. I always look at this and I'm like, okay, well, it's going to take multiple frames to update. You know, like typically radars update every like 3 minutes. This takes 30 minutes to take another image, so pretty slow, but I can handle with it. It's better than nothing. Ensembles on that next system do show it hitting Luzon. Basically all of them. Some of them are a bit to the south. Some of them are a bit to the north, heading into the Luzon Strait. But generally the center consensus has it hitting Luzon dead on. And then they have the next system, Mayin, or I forget the name of it. Manyi, hitting potentially the Philippines over the next week or so. This has a very high ceiling. The thing is, it has to survive the wind shear over the next 48 hours or so, 72 hours. Can you show what are these signals, like signal number one? Sure, let's pull up that map. Okay, this was the old one. Here's the new one. So signal 4 warnings are in effect for Isabella, and also the farther northern tip of Aurora. They are in effect for the northeastern tip of Corino. They're in effect for most of Mountain Province and Kalinga. They're in effect for northeastern Ifugao, and they're also in effect for Abra. They end there because the wind should be dying out at that point. Now, Signal 3 warnings are in effect for the rest of Isabella, parts of Cagayan, parts of Epayo, Locos Norte, the rest of Abra, Locos Sur, the rest of Mountain Province, Ifugao, parts of Quirino, and parts of Aurora. Then, we have our Signal 2 warnings for Cagayan, the rest of Epayo, Locos Norte. Then also they go down here all the way to almost the southern tip of Aurora. Then we have Signal 1 warnings that include the Babuin group of islands, the rest of Luzon basically, just not including the Batanes Islands. Signal 1 warnings do go pretty far south, all the way to the Camarines. They do include the Pilic Islands. They do include Metro Manila and Quezon, I think. I don't really think they're going to get much out of it, just some gusty showers. It shouldn't be too bad for them. How does the signal go to Manila? The signal is a Signal 1 down for Manila, so not much to be expected, but still some light impacts. Of course, the main threat zone is going to be anywhere in this red right there. They're going to be getting the worst of the winds. Alright. We're looking ahead of 94W here. Nice oceanic heat content, depth. The water's warm with depth, so upwelling, it bringing up cooler waters isn't as much of a concern. Okay, I was curious if any of these worked. Nope. I don't know what this even means. Okay. Oh, I think I know what this is. Is this max intensity or? Yeah, max potential intensity. All right. That is helpful. Of course, category. I think is that not? Yep, category 5 can really happen almost anywhere in this orange color. So this is just the maximum potential intensity. Alright, let's go back to satellite here. If we take a look at shear, not too bad right there. This green color shows it's favorable for development. Yellow is mostly neutral. It doesn't really favor it, doesn't really make it weaken. It's just going to maintain intensity. These reds, though, are going to be the things that are going to weaken your storm. So it is under a anticyclone right here, basically an area of low wind shear. And then there's one over here with Toraji, or Nika. If the storm does get named, it would be Ophel, I think. Not Olef, it would be Ophel. So wind shear doesn't seem to be too much of a concern. It will be once it reaches land, though. But by that point, it would be already weakening. The main concern with this storm and weakening is going to be sea surface temperatures, although it's not really that bad at all. It's pretty good. Anything above the greens support tropical cyclone development. But you really want to be, the more red you are, the more it supports rapid intensification. So waters are around 29 to 28 Celsius. The further north it goes, the further closer it gets towards the cool pools from other storms earlier this year. And we are almost 90 minutes away from landfall. Just check. Okay, nothing with that. Alright. Thought I'd get something. Here we go. Okay, we did have an ASCAT pass on it. It's basically just a satellite thing that shows wind. All it showed was like a little bit of a trough right here, not a total circulation, I don't think. Now, though, it probably has its circulation together. But yeah, you can clearly see that there's a spin going this way. Main thing, though, is it does look like there's also a spin going that way, so it's probably a tropical cyclone at this point. And we also have this system, which is getting sheared. You can clearly tell the difference between a sheared system and a non-sheared system. This one has all the winds blowing its thunderstorms all the way over here. With this system, thunderstorms are everywhere with it. It has a really healthy environment to quickly intensify. Could become a typhoon in the next 48 hours, which is a very concerning trend. I mean, it has 96 hours to intensify before it makes landfall, so time is on its side right now. Alright, let's take a look at the Caribbean disturbance right now. Yep, ensembles still take it up towards Florida around the 19th or 20th. This is before the... this is within 10 days, now that the ensembles are showing it. Spaghetti models are showing it. I don't know what the deterministic run was doing here. It's highly unlikely to happen. Alright. Alright, here's a look at the ensembles on Mani. This would be the third system. I'm saying third because first is the one we're looking at right now. This system does have the potential to survive and make it towards the Philippines again later on, so that's something they need to be watching out for. European ensembles, or no, this is the Canadian ensembles, have it a little bit farther south. Again, models will not have a good handle on it until it makes it around here. I'll know a bit more during my next stream when I'm covering this system. Ensembles won't load yet. Okay. Remember, guys, if you're watching the stream and you have any questions, be sure to let me know. I'm happy to help. Next radar frame is about to load over the next 4 minutes or so. And in theory, it should show the eye almost touching land at that point. Wait, oh, something got marked in the North Atlantic, I think. Well, we now have a disturbance in the North Atlantic. I'm gonna post that on Twitter. They have now marked it. Just typing something on Twitter. There's that. So next name will be Sarah, if it forms. Thank you all so much for that. There we go. So it has a 20% chance. They finally marked it after waiting quite a while. So it says a broad area of low pressure will likely form over the southwestern Caribbean Sea in a few days. Some slow development is possible after that time while the system drifts westward. They are including the northwestern Caribbean Sea as well, because the system will meander that general direction. And yeah, Rafael's a post-tropical storm, so her post-tropical system not really going to do much at all, just meander around the Gulf of Mexico, and that's it. It is finally done. Oh, well, Pagasa finally updated, and they post the advisory way after it was due. And Nika intensifies into a typhoon over the sea east of Aurora. So they do forecast for weakening, then it maintains intensity right around here, and then it weakens and falls off. Alright, new radar frame is about to pop up. Nope, too early to say yet. Okay. Alright, someone says, Usagi next is hitting my home downtown, Kagaon. Maybe. It's too early to say yet. Someone says, why does the screen go black and then purple? When you're saying that, are you talking about this right here? I'm assuming so. It's just some sort of satellite glitch. It's nothing we can really control. I mean, it's happening for the entirety of the Western Pacific. They have a satellite that just is like stationed in orbit around the Earth that's specifically focuses on the Western Pacific. And so every storm that's there, we can't really look at great satellite imagery on it, which sucks. Hey, you mean screen? All right. I knew about this for a day. I think yeah, the Caribbean system would be named Sarah if it forms. And we'll have to watch out for that. Maybe chasing again. So it's just like non-stop hurricane season action. Toraji is continuing to near its landfall. Should make one within the next 90 minutes or so. So the counter is continuing to tick down. I feel like that's a good estimate. The next frame is about to come out on radar, and we'll be able to see where its position is now. Okay, the pressure is down from 996 to 991. Winds are 31 miles an hour. Not that much, but considering it's an hour wind thing, it's not that accurate. If it did it every like 3 seconds, then it would show the max winds. So any moment now we'll be able to see the next radar frame. I'm probably going to be streaming for the next 2 hours or so. Wow, okay. I'm going to try and work on a graphic real quick because it's almost 0 o'clock UTC time, so it's my worldwide tropical outlook thing. So I'm going to try and pull up what I'm looking at over here. So if I go to Yingzing, okay, I can't even look at that properly. I'd say around 50, 60 miles an hour would make sense. Alright, I'm gonna post about that, or get that graphic ready. If I add that, using, I know you all can't see it, it's just that it's my graphic making tool. Don't need everyone stealing it, if you know what I mean. There we go with that. It'd now be November 11th. I know it's already that for you all, but in terms of the United Kingdom and whatnot, it's finally that time. I do think it's a major typhoon. At this point, just Category 3 low end. I feel like that'd make the most sense right now. As you'll see in this next radar frame over here. Are you kidding me? Is it only... Okay. I'll give it a moment. It should come out with a full radar frame soon. It's like, oh my god, we're right at landfall and now it just shuts down. Hopefully that's just an error. Alright. Just interesting seeing how all the satellites are down right now. Or the satellite in the Western Pacific is not doing too well. Let me move that over. Alright, I'm probably gonna classify this as a tropical depression. 94W would make the most sense to me. Right now it's doing really well. Nice convection over its center. It's probably a tropical depression at this point. Alright. Again, sorry guys, I'm just trying to make sure everyone knows what's going on across the world through Twitter. Okay, that's not the right icon. Alright, time to see if Windy has updated yet. Okay, my bad for having that up. There we go, okay. The eye's not looking too great, but it's just about to touch the coastline. It appears like it's getting pretty close, and the eye is starting to close up now. It's becoming way too wobbly. Remember, these are mountains, and it doesn't want to go through that, so that's going to tear apart the system, thankfully. Let me grab that. Alright, I'm curious to see how the Medicanes are doing. The Mediterranean hurricane stuff. That one disturbance is very meh. I now probably already hit land. The subtropical system, on the other hand, is about to strike land. Pretty soon, likely as a subtropical storm. I believe it's at that intensity right now. I'm just going to grab the icon for it. Yeah, winds aren't really that strong on that. Okay. Models don't do a great job with smaller storms like this. Is it November 10th for you? Yes, it is. And it's November 10th at 6:39 p.m. for me. Yes, I know. I'm way behind you guys. Aaron says 935 millibar on the AOI. I'll need to check that out. Right now, though, I'm going to check out the system in the Southwest Indian Ocean. See how models have been handling that. This one has a decent shot with forming in the next 48 hours. Maybe up the odds to around 30. I'm going to go 30-70, I think, on its chances of formation. Does have a decent shot, in my opinion. Alright, let me check the Zoom Earth again here. I mean, it's getting pretty close. I'm probably going to go 40-70, actually. Alright, so strongest storm right now is going to be Toraji, also known as Nika, the one I'm streaming right now. Around 115, I believe. Then I'm going to go to Yinzing. That's probably around 50 miles an hour. Same thing with Manyi, probably also weakened. And then we have O2M, which is the Metacane thing, probably around 40 miles an hour at this point. Then we have Tropical Depression 94W, which is likely 35 miles an hour. Southwest Indian Ocean, let me increase chances on that. Oh, also, oh wait, never mind, I have to do Rafael as well. Let me add that in. That's 35 miles an hour. And then I can do Southwest Indian Ocean as a 40-70% chance. And that system in the North Atlantic, 0-20. That should be good. I just need to change the colors of everything. That doesn't look like the right color, though. Let me zoom in more. I guess it is. Okay. Alright, real quick. Someone said the GFS run. Let me take a look at that. Guessing they're talking about the North Atlantic disturbance. Oh, wow. 935 millibars. That's insane. I doubt that's going to happen, though. That's pretty unrealistic. They also have a nice subtropical system right over here. Let me go back to this. Then I'll show it on stream for you all once I finish the graphic. Just need to get this done because it's my daily thing to do. I need to post it on Twitter, Facebook, and Blue Sky, just the 3 social media platforms I use besides YouTube and Discord. Um, uh, Alright, then I need to post something on another thing. Alright. Just let me do unofficial. GC2, Toraji, Typhoon Toraji, NikaPH slamming the Philippines. Yinzing. Let me just do these 2 and 3, get them out of the way. Yinzing and Man-Yi both weakening. O2M forms impacting Algeria. And we have 94W threatening the Philippines. Just time to type in every single hashtag in existence, get them all out of the way. I think that's good. Shoot, I took a picture of the wrong thing. Okay. There we go, so I'll show it to you all on stream right now. Here's a look at the current activity as of what's going on right now across the world. Got a lot going on, so. And as you all look at that, I'm going to be posting another thing. Apparently I accidentally copied the wrong thing, so I have to take another picture of it. Get that through, and again, then get that through. Post and post. Alright, both of them have been posted. Time to go back to the storm right now. So an observation shows the pressure is down to 991 millibars. That's a decent amount away from the center, so also you can see this little line right here showing the pressure decreasing at the very end due to it being in close proximity of the storm. So we won't be able to get another frame until the next 15 minutes on here, but we can take a look at satellite imagery. We can get a close-up view of it. Right in there, and it looks like that the edge of the eye is starting to touch land, or the edge of something with this is touching land. Just say on. Okay, something's happening with Zoom Earth that people want me to show. Okay, what is this mess? Development 1 and Invest 98L, okay. Okay, this is such a weird thing that's showing up. Disturbance 1, that's the proper thing. But you can see that the sun has risen now over Manyi and 94W. 94W hasn't gotten an update since this morning, so it's around 12 hours out of date. It's basically from here to here, now it's all the way from here to here. Somewhere in there has nice banding on it. Just trying to get its act together. Alright, let me see if there's any questions right now. Tropical storm in the Mediterranean Sea now. Well, yeah, it's likely a subtropical system at this point. I doubt it's tropical. Speaking of that, I have to work on the new update on that system. I have an account called Meta-K and Cyclone Tracking, where I track those systems. Alright, for whatever reason, this decided to glitch out, so I have to scroll all the way back. There we go. Let's look at the latest radar imagery as I set this stuff up. Let me go over to this. Go through that. Alright, in the meantime, I'm going to take a look at what's going on here. It's by that curve, alright. Okay, gonna add this icon to it. The storm is likely over by that little kink up there. Okay, open wrong thing. Right by there. I don't know if it's good to make it any larger. I'll see. I think I'm fine with a smaller one. I have to copy this again, and then I'll set it all up. Sorry guys, I just have to do my routine round of graphics at this time, and then I'll be able to fully focus on what's going on right now. Mediterranean Sea, and then this. Got that done, and then can I? Nope, because I forgot to do it. Okay. Alright, now I need to post it on Twitter. This time a different account. Just take a look at the storm. There we go. Alright, time to post about it. There we go. Alright, let me do. Whoops, okay. Add that back up. And then I'll show you guys the graphic I'm making. Just need to post it places. I'm just getting this out of the way. Alright. So, to show you guys it, let me swap accounts again to that. Thank you so much to all those of you who have waited patiently. This is the storm right here. Yep, right there, just a 10% chance of this system developing, and then just this system's our subtropical storm right there. Nothing much, just wanted to show you guys that. Of course, we have all this nonsense shenanigans going on right now. Anyways, we are continuing to get closer and closer to a landfall. Should get a new radar frame in around 5-ish minutes. And Bagassa should update. Alright. Remember, those of you watching, if you have any questions, be sure to let me know. I'm now all in focus mode on this storm. and any other storms if you have any questions about them. So I remembered thinking it was supposed to make landfall by around 3 hours ago, but it apparently did not want to do that. Search this up. Um, And the big discussion with this disturbance right here is whether or not it has a closed circulation. I think it does at this point. I mean, models aren't going to show it. The GFS is kind of the one that's thinking it's only this side. This side doesn't have any winds going like. Has it going like this? Doesn't have it going like that. Which would mean it's just a trough right here. Not a circulation. Alright, any moment now we're going to get a new frame. And in theory it should make landfall within an hour. No more internet signal from PLDT. I just have a mobile device now. Ellen Rose says Toraji made a face just now. Interesting. Ma'am Words, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, well, this does look like a face. Well, okay. You're right on that. Thank you for noticing that. I wouldn't have thought about that. Vivagasa should update soon. We should get a new advisory up. Hmm. People were saying like, oh, this is a landfall. Oh, this is not. I don't know. Right, nothing posted yet. I don't think it's made landfall just yet. People are relying on, I think, stuff like this imagery. I gotta say it's made landfall. I don't think so just yet. I mean, of course, it will make landfall eventually. It's not gonna stay offshore forever. Okay, see what people are looking at. New radar image is about to load any moment. The 8 o'clock one should be up and running soon. Then we'll have just 2 more radar frames to look at. move this out of the way. Yeah, so the center circulation of 94W is right around here. Not over here, it's around 12 hours out of date, just for clarification. But yeah, this system, Yinzing, isn't looking too bad. Just a sheared system with all of its convection over here. Theory, its circulation should be spinning pretty fast. Yep, not bad. This is impacting a couple of islands over there. I don't believe they're inhabited, though. I don't know why it just has to glitch out like that. Alright, new ensemble runs are loading, I think. Okay, something updated. We can't see the invest. Alright, that's just sad. Interesting. It's just been stuck on that glitch, I don't know why. I don't know why that loop, though, makes it jump, the clouds jump. Notice how they just, like, blur into 3D. This cloud moves over there. I don't know what's going on. And we should get our new frame out right now. There we go. Okay, so the eye is now touching NikaPH and Dialisag. So the eye is now touching land, so it's not far from making its landfall. Let's take a closer look at how long until it does make its landfall. Its center's right around there. So it's around 15 kilometers away from land, 16-ish. So then if we go back 30 minutes ago, let's take a look at it there. How about let's go an hour back? See, so before it was 41 kilometers. Now it's down to 16, so yeah, I'd say around 53 minutes or so. Less than that until it does make its landfall. So yeah, we're very close. In the next 2 frames, we should get a landfall. Landfall does not count as the, this does not count as a landfall. I know that this is something misinterpreted. The eye over here does not count as a landfall. It has to be the dead center of the storm, like right in here, has to be touching land. Going from water to land, that counts as a landfall. So we got around another hour until it does that. Oops, okay. But Gasa still hasn't updated. They should update soon now. I don't know. Okay. Alright, so at 9:30 or in around 2.5 hours, I'm going to have to make a graphic on this tropical wave, which is doing pretty well. Um, does have a good shot of developing over the next week or so. Got a lot of stuff going on. According to forecast, it should have made landfall around 20 minutes ago. It's not that far off, so give him props for that. It's just around 25 kilometers, 20 kilometers slower, 25 kilometers away from its center, and around 30 kilometers away from its landfall. So not bad. At least of this frame. Now it's around 16. There's a lightning bolt in the southeastern side of the Eyewall. That's not a good sign. I mean, if this had another 6 hours to develop, it probably would have intensified even further. This is a nice core it has going. Of course, the northwestern side is going to start getting shredded because, well, I mean, it's over land and it's going to be over mountainous terrain. I think I can show it to you all just by doing this. You notice how tall this is up there? You can see it gets really mountainous. You go from nothing to the shore to then really high up. And mountains of around like a kilometer or so high up. So that's what's tearing up the eyewall all throughout this general area. Nice valley, okay. Yeah, I can't tell you all if there's rain going on in Manila or whatnot. If you have any observations on the ground, like if it's raining for you, like at Mammerds, how's it going over there for you in Santiago? This imagery is around 20 minutes out of date, but it does show how close the storm is to making its landfall. Has a more creepier look on that last frame. Oh yeah, I forgot to take a look at the... Oh yeah, definitely. Last frame, it just looked like a smile. Right in there, having a good time. Now it just looks menacing right there, all... whatever. Problem is the radar isn't the best, so there are areas where can't see well, like there and there. So I don't know how much rain's going on. There could be rain in downtown Manila. Just can't tell you, since I don't know. Alright. Yeah, not bad. Alright, so we have around another 46 minutes, 46 and a half minutes until it makes its landfall. Apparently, but yeah, as you can see though, the eye is starting to creep up on land, and the eye wall is starting to creep further inland. has a long ways to go to cross the Philippines entirely. Yeah, those dangerous conditions are creeping further and further inland, and they will eventually reach Santiago over the next couple hours. I'm probably going to stop streaming within the next, let's see, within the next within the next hour and 20 minutes roughly. Potentially, I don't know though. Yeah, I'm just hoping that this next typhoon can just not hit anywhere. Scram, go wherever. Just not be impacting land. Just go over there. I mean, I know that the Ryukyu Islands are in that, but not as many people live there as the Philippines. So just curve away from everywhere, really. Yeah, right now the center is forecasted to be inland, so it's pretty far behind. Within the next 15 minutes or so, we should get more surface observation data and a new radar frame. There is some really powerful thunderstorms developing just to the east of the storm. Ugh, I don't know how I ended up here. Yeah, right over here, you can see some decent amount of thunderstorms blowing up. Yeah, all throughout here, let's take a look at visible imagery. Yeah, you can tell all these storms bubbling up right in here. Some pretty powerful thunderstorms. Thankfully, those aren't impacting land, but eventually this line will be following the storm and hitting land. Hopefully, though, it's not too bad. I don't think there are any rain warning thingies in effect. Nope. We are good on that. Aaron says tropical tidbits glitching on that storm. Yep. All of them in the Western Pacific. It's not just tropical tidbits, it's Himawari in general, the satellite. Not doing a great job, so everything glitches out. I don't know when it will be back. That's going to be interesting. Typically, it's not supposed to glitch out this badly. Just checking something real quick. Right, 2203, just checking the amount of views real quick. Oh, thank you all so much for making this the fifth most popular stream I've ever done. Here, hold on. I'm gonna mute that real quick. I just want to see what this thing is on one of my videos. Shoot, wait, no, okay, good. That'd be right here. Oh, it was that. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. It was this one I wanted to check out. That'd be 452.52. Sorry, I'm just checking something with monetization real quick. Alright, just that, okay. Copyrighted music. That's all I wanted to check, thank you guys. Alright, let's go back to the storm right now. About to make landfall, probably within the next 40 minutes. You can see the center just off of shore. But the eye is already starting to creep up on land. Nika says, what category is it at? It's probably at around category 3 at this stage right now. Probably high-end category 2 or the very minimal category 3. The system has failed to intensify as much as it was forecasted to because of what we call an eyewall replacement cycle, when a smaller eye gets surrounded by a larger eye. And so now the larger eye has taken full shape here. If this had another 6 to 12 hours, this could have become a category 4 or 5. Probably category 4 would have become. It's just that now it has to slam into the mountainous terrain of the Philippines and Luzon. So now the system's going to get torn apart. This frame was as of 20 minutes ago. We should get a new frame within the next 10 or 15 minutes. Increase that. But yeah, landfall should occur within the next 38 minutes. It seems likely because the eye is already approaching, already creeping up on land. The center of the storm has to be touching land for it to be declared a landfall, so we'll see how long that is. If you have any other questions, please be sure to let me know. Alright, and thank you all so much for making this now the 4th most popular stream I've ever done. It really means a lot to me. This beats out the Otis stream and Barrel stream. I'll probably be streaming for another, let's see how long. Probably for another hour and 10 minutes, I think I'll be streaming for. Because I do want to cover its landfall progression, going further inland. I'm not going to stop it immediately as it makes its landfall. Depending on viewership, I'll try to keep going. But remember, guys, if you have any other questions on your local area, other future storms going on, just type it in the chat and I'll do my best to answer them all. Okay, I don't know how I entered that area. Alright, so in theory, the new advisory from Pagasa should have come out. I'm just not seeing any post anywhere. Hello? Tuna? I don't think, why is my mic not working? Give me one moment, I'm gonna leave and rejoin. Tuna, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Sorry guys, just technical difficulty. Alright, we do have a new advisory out, and we do have Signal 4 warnings reaching the coastline. I'm going to post that up here. Alright, so these were the old ones, now here are the new ones. So Signal 4 warnings are in effect for Isabella, Aurora, northeastern Quirino. They are in effect for Ifugao, Mountain Province, all of Kalinga now. So just the northern tip. They're in effect for Aber, and they're in effect for most of Loco Sur. Signal 3 warnings are mostly the same. I don't see them pushed anywhere. Same with Signal 2 warnings. They're in roughly the same areas. Signal 1 warnings have been cropped out from Camarines Sur. So they are cropped out, but there is now Signal 4 warnings reaching from coast to coast. And we do have our newest cone out. Alright, now here it is. Typhoon just offshore with at least storm force winds occurring for the coastline already. Those have creeped up on shore. It's expected to be a severe tropical storm when it exits the Philippine area of
Alright, take
responsibility.
15 was trying to join this call.
Hello, hi.
I can't with the mobile app.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what's happening? I just got home.
Well, it's about to make landfall. The storm that was supposed to make landfall at like 3.5 hours ago is now deciding to...
wow, it's...
Yep,
I
it's
thought it
so
would have made
offshore.
landfall before I even left.
Yeah, nope. The center of the storm has not made its landfall just yet. Should make it within the next 40 minutes or so. Or 30 minutes.
So it just decided to just crawl all of a sudden?
Yeah,
Like,
I
what?
mean, it's slowing down. It's a large eye, so it's just taking its time.
Right on its hands and knees and started crawling. Okay.
Yep, the eye, though,
Okay.
is touching
I
land.
see.
It's a pretty large eye, so it's not that hard to touch land, even though the center's offshore. The eye's around 45
Yeah.
kilometers wide, and it was around like 15 kilometers away from landfall as of 20 minutes ago. Right, the 8 a.m. Update is out on Pegasus' website. Yep, I have that up right here. Signal 4 warnings were issued from coast to coast, all the way to Loco Sur. Yep, so that's where the worst wind is going to be occurring. I pull up what someone else said. No post from Bogassa, so I wonder why. I don't know why their Twitter is just why they do such a bad job on that platform. Everywhere else, it's fine. Like, Facebook's decent, their website's decent.
You post more on Facebook?
I think so.
Maybe more people are on Facebook then.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, I'm on Facebook quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Right, there we go. It's on Twitter right now. They do forecast it to maintain intensity from the 24 to 36 hour point. These 2 points, it should be maintaining intensity. Big thing is the structure going to be fine enough for it to re-intensify briefly before then it weakens? We do not know.
I'm not good with that area. What's going on where it's leaking? Wind shear or cold water?
It's just it's gonna be wind shear. Wind shear is gonna be on the rise.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
also
good
they
with that
made their
here.
first cone on the next system. They're forecasting it to be a severe tropical storm, maybe even a typhoon. When it's landed,
Well,
it's pretty clear the next storm is going to be like a major Category 3 typhoon.
one after another.
Yep,
They
very
cannot catch a
unfortunate.
break at all.
So if we take a look at Toraji, it's like forecasted where it's going. Right in here, you can see wind shear on the top right. Anything but like anything above this line is horrendous. So it just skyrockets up. That's just going to blow all the clouds away from its center, not able to strengthen. Sea surface temperatures are going to be lowering down to an unfavorable amount, and then dry air is going to be impacting it as well. So everything's really going to weaken it towards the end of the 5-day period. The rain just suddenly stopped in Langaden, Abra, but it's still very cloudy. Do you notice, gaming with Trippin H1, do you notice the clouds moving fast since it's now daylight for you? You know, those low-level clouds, the clouds closer to the ground. If you notice those clouds really moving fast.
I did time lapse videos with Helene when we were getting Helene with the fast
Yep.
moving clouds.
The latest frame has a convective burst over land right now. So I don't know what that'd mean for the landfall. Alright, this has not updated just yet. So, I mean, the system kind of corrected itself. It was initially moving south of forecasted, and now it's moved. I mean, initially it was decently south, right there, and it basically corrected itself to the north now. Moving a little bit more north than forecasted, which is interesting.
Just like everything, you think, oh, it's going south. Better even free from landfall. Look,
Yep.
wait, never mind. Nope, it's going back up.
And those wobbles
All
are
the
very
time.
important.
Nothing new, honestly. It happens almost every single time.
Yep. So within the next 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes or so, we'll get a new radar frame that will show what areas are now in the eye, what areas are getting impacted by the Eyewall, how far away it is from one of our viewers in Santiago, stuff like that. Remember, there are a good amount of people now showing up to stream, probably because it's now uh, the sun is out.
Everyone's waking up.
Well, I mean, the sun's not out because no one can see
Well, yeah,
anything.
'cause
Yeah, but
a little,
it's daytime.
little
Yeah.
cloudy out there, huh?
Yep,
Maybe a
little
little
cloudy,
cloudy. And a
just a
little
bit.
wind. It's still, yeah, totally not a huge typhoon.
Yep. Definitely has that
Nah.
shrimp-like appearance. It has one major band right here, and that's it. One major band that connects to this.
It's insane because they're all tropical cyclones, but typhoons, they just appear bigger. Like, much, much bigger than
Yeah.
your average Atlantic hurricane.
I'm gonna pull up the ensembles now on both of these storms. Okay, I think it's East Asia Sea. I pull up. Yep, okay, so there's a lot going on here, and I'll do my best to explain it. Oh, wait, we have new runs out. Okay. If that's useful, that's useful. Wait, what's that? Okay, just land. Alright, so this system, it's basically peaked at this point. It's going to be weakening, and then it may make a turn towards the west, away from Hong Kong. But they do have like a 10% chance, maybe even a 25% chance of getting impacts. Same thing with Hainan Island. So they should be prepared for potential impacts like gusty showers, stuff like that. Nothing big. Okay. Yep. And then Manyi, this is going to be the third system that will hit this week. The system's going to be curving towards the south and then curving over towards the Philippines. Those green areas are going to be areas they'll need to watch out for over the next 10 days or so. They have around a 10% chance. Guam has a 30% chance down here, and Saipan has around a 40% chance of impacts. That doesn't show much. Okay.
This point, the Philippines is a magnet to these storms.
Yep. Here, I'm going to show the ensembles for Western Pacific. Here we go. This is what they look like right now. So we have four things going on right now. We have Yinzing right over here just dissipating. We have Toraji. Then we have 94W, and then we have Manyi right in here. So you can see it's around a 50-50 shot. I'm going to make a little bit of a zoom in there. I can't. Okay, I'm going to try this again. The regions, Western Pacific. Here we go. So hopefully the stream can show it. Yes, it can. So if I make a loop of it. Alright, so right in here, this would be Monday night. This would be Monday or Tuesday morning, Tuesday night. This would be Wednesday morning, Wednesday night, Thursday morning, into Thursday night. The Philippines could get impacts from 94W. Or once again, this would be Thursday morning, Thursday night, and then this would be Friday morning. By Friday night, it should be gone, but then you can clearly see another disturbance approaching the area. This would be around Saturday morning, Sunday morning, or Sunday morning now, and then Sunday night. So it's hard telling when this third disturbance is gonna hit land. It's too far out to say. By the time we're over here,
Once it develops more, we'll get a better picture of everything.
Especially whenever we do our next live stream on this storm, we'll be able to determine an exact point. If it's down here, then it can curve more south. If it's all the way up here, it's going to curve more to the north and do less. The more south it is, the stronger of a storm it will become. Right, new radar frame is out. It looks like it's almost made landfall at this point. So yeah, definitely within the next 22 minutes, whenever the next radar frame comes out, this will be a landfall.
Just make sure you monitor the progress of those disturbances also.
Yes. The Mariana Islands could get impacts at around Wednesday morning, roughly. I don't know if we'll do a live stream on that, probably not.
Worst impacts would probably be rain.
Yep.
It's like a tiny bit of wind, not too bad.
Just a bunch of gusty showers.
That's about it. Just like thunderstorms, pretty much. Not too bad.
But Tuna, I don't know if you saw though that the NHC marked the system in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep, now a 20% chance.
Wonderful. Something I need to keep an eye on
Yep,
because
as it may try
apparently
and enter the Gulf
it
of
was like
Mexico towards
literally
Florida.
90. Like the high temperature was 90 here.
Wow.
So I thought this was November. Apparently not.
Yes, we're
Like
still in
this
summer.
is like October, September, like early October, September.
Yep.
Like this is ridiculous. Florida's strong though. We're strong here.
Yep.
We will definitely rebuild, even from Milton and
Yep. Milton
Helene, the
and
coast.
Helene, we got this.
Because like the progress, Clearwater Beach is going well. When I went,
Mm-hmm. That's nice. So here's a loop of the radar on it. It's on and off because it's every 30 minutes. But yeah, you can see the inner eye wall. There used to be two eye walls there that have now merged into one. And the satellite appearance would be clearing out an eye if it had like another 12 hours to go. But we're not going to be able to see that since it's going to hit land.
I give it a oh,
Oh yeah, the satellite glitch.
satellite looks like it's having a stroke.
Yes, the Himawari, basically every storm in the western Pacific, you can't see a thing on. Here, if I go to Yinzing right now, the system, boom, completely out.
Yeah, satellite looks like it's having a stroke right now.
Yep, which is unfortunate.
Not a good time.
Yep. So yeah, in under 20 minutes, maybe around under 19 minutes until it makes its landfall. It's probably making landfall before then, but we'll get a new radar frame just to confirm it.
Yeah, definitely around then.
It is interesting to notice that it has one final convective burst right over land, these clouds just flaring up. Wow, okay. And so there is clearly a radar hole right around here that it's not able to scan for whatever reason. I'm assuming it's like a mountain or something, just blocking it. The storm is going to have to go through two big mountain ranges, one on the east coast and one on the west coast.
That hopefully will weaken it fast.
Yep. The east coast one is a lot smaller in elevation. The west coast one is going to get like around twice as large. So
Yeah,
that
the
should
West
really
Coast
shred
will.
apart the storm.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it'll definitely shred it apart.
Aileen Rose says, "Hi, I'm here. Just took a nap because I slept for like an hour." Yeah. Well, I mean, it's about to make its landfall pretty soon.
I need a massive nap right now.
Yep.
I think everybody needs one.
I'm excited to take a nap. I'm going to do that in around 50 minutes or so. Yep. So the center would be right
Very.
around here. It's not that far away from making its landfall. The western eye wall is now just completely broken open. Oh
All
wait,
those
we're gonna have
mountains
surface
shredded.
observations. Yep. Oh, okay. the areas in Aurora right now are getting some pretty hefty, eyewall rain that's been going on continuously for quite a long time. Does appear that the storm is making landfall right at the border between Isabella and Aurora. This says Isabella and Aurora border right there. It looks like it's hitting Isabella though, just barely. Doesn't matter though, folks on either side are getting the eye, so.
Each side's getting the eye and the eye wall, so
Yep.
it doesn't matter.
Dilisag used to be in the eye, right there. They're now just getting hit by the eye wall. Dyna Piku is gonna be the one in the eye. I mean, they're currently in the eye, but they're going to be the landfall location. So that is a decent amount of people right there. Not too many, but at least some. I also, Tuna, I don't know if you knew this, but we had a Medicaid going on right now.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yep, it is about to make landfall in Algeria right now.
Definitely, wind is definitely not the problem with that thing.
Yep, the big problem though is they are a desert, so thunderstorms shouldn't really be occurring there. Like too much rain is a bad thing.
Oh, and you're breaking up.
Okay.
All the flash flooding. That's you're breaking up
I'm breaking up? I don't
badly
think so.
on my end
Alright.
on the call.
Mm-hmm. Alright, in around 15 or 14 minutes until it makes its landfall. Super Typhoon Haiyan has entered the chat saying, I'm back. Welcome back. Arrived just in time for the system to make landfall.
Like, it's literally about to make landfall
Yep.
within like the next few minutes.
Alright, we are getting a good amount of people joining the stream. Remember, guys, if you have any questions, just be sure to let us know. We'll do the best we can to answer. And if you find what we're doing informative, just be sure to like the stream and then subscribe if you would, please. Really appreciate it. Been going on for around 5 hours, trying to go for 6 hours. There's some thunderstorms, lightning activity going on to the southwest of the eye, which is not a good sign. I mean, I think that's what the convective burst is all about there. That little explosion at the end of the center right in here. So some powerful thunderstorms developing at the last moments. And then once it's over land, all that convection, all the clouds are going to start fading before or until it reaches the South China Sea. So it has to cross the Philippines first. Aileen Rose says, are you going to end the stream after landfall? It really depends on the demand right now on how many people are watching. Like right now it's around 18 to 20. Not the best numbers. I mean, if the numbers start increasing dramatically, then of course I will. We'll see. I don't know. I'm planning on ending within 45 minutes or so. It depends though how many people are going to be watching. Alright, within the next around 10 minutes or so, we'll get a new radar frame. In around 15 minutes it will show up, but okay. Right. Oh, nice Black Sea hypo in your server. Thank you. I'm gonna take a look at that. Alright, guys, I have a those who are watching the stream and you want to be kept up to date on weather. I do have a Discord server if you all want to join. Those who use the platform Discord, I sent the link in the YouTube live chat. Oh my god. I just found funny. Okay. But I do have a Discord server. I'll verify you all after the stream's done.
Great
That's
place to
just a
be.
good
A lot
area
of
to be.
professionalism.
Yep. If you want to stay up to date on what's going on with tropical weather and you want to ask people, just instantly get an answer. Basically, any time you can just send a message in the tropical weather channel.
Or storm mode, whatever,
Yep, wherever it's
whatever
going
it
on.
is.
hmm And like right now, we're starting to get another peak in viewers. We have around 24 watching. The previous peak was around 40. We haven't had 24 watching since like 2 hours ago, almost 3 hours ago. So this will be like this is the motivator to keep streaming on, as more people are watching. So any moment we'll get a landfall confirmation based off of radar. Should be making landfall though within the next 8.5 minutes. Alright, the weather station down here got a pressure of 983 millibars. So it went from, this is a really quick and steep pressure drop. It went from 1001 to 1001. This is hourly. To 1000 to then 996, 991, and then 983. So it's a steep drop, and that's not even in the eye. That's likely their lowest pressure they're going to get. Since it was right around here where they recorded that. Let's see, 983 millibars, 33 kilometers away. Just post that somewhere. And right now, the latest frame has it being right over there. This frame does make it look like it's a landfall, but I'd rather wait until the next one comes out to confirm. See that real quick, just it's just that kind of stuff.
iPhone storage full, of course.
Yes, that's frustrating.
Alright, let's go through the camera roll.
Have you uploaded it to iCloud?
Not everything, because I don't pay.
Okay. Is I realized
I
that
will.
my memory was at like 160 or 108, or no, it was like 190 out of 156 gigabytes. I'm like, how do I have that much memory usage compared to how much storage I have? And I realized that I had to go through the process of uploading it through iCloud, and I just cleared up all my space.
Oh wow.
Yep. So that was very frustrating.
I have a lot of. It's probably all my Milton videos
Hmm.
of that I took during the storm, and then me walking through floodwater, trying not to get eaten by an alligator.
Mosquitoes. Or yeah, and mosquitoes.
Well, that was during the day, so
Oh yeah.
there weren't mosquitoes. It was all
Hmm.
the alligators in the middle of the
Yep. Super
road.
Typhoon Haiyan says I heard the music from the hypo. Yep, I just gave it a quick look. So this convective burst right here will help it maintain intensity for a bit. The fact that it's doing it right before landfall, or right during landfall. Because the last burst happened around 2.5 hours ago, so it's not going to be able to burst when it's over land. I mean, not over the center. It looks like 4 minutes until it makes its landfall.
So around 8:59, landfall.
I mean, it should make landfall dead on the hour.
7:59, 8, around
Mm-hmm. Okay, someone was asking, is it at the surface? Let me look at this weather station. I don't know. Okay. Um, 7 meters. Okay. Someone said there was a station reporting 977.8 millibars. Well, that's this area. Okay. They're almost in the eye there. They got 977 millibars, 977.8 millibars, so that does support something of around 970, maybe lower. So I don't know how strong it made its landfall, or it's making its landfall. Probably high end category 2, low end category 3.
probably. I would say, yeah.
Yep. Himawari 9 is not doing good right now. The whole thing just turned a blank purple again.
Yeah, satellite's still having a stroke.
Yep.
Definitely not doing too well.
Mm-hmm. Alright, it seems like within the next 2 minutes a landfall will occur.
Definitely not a good situation.
Mm-hmm. Wolf 3 says I'm back, and he copied me, okay. Alright, 1 minute until it makes its landfall. Yep, landfall would be over NikaPH.
I don't know why Discord had to kick me from the call, but I'm done with this with the mobile app. I'm done. I'm sick of it.
Yes.
Constant issues.
Right. And there we go. Landfall in NikaPH. I won't know how strong it's made its landfall. The next 5 minutes or so, we should get a new radar frame, maybe 5-7 minutes from now, that will show its landfall. So right now, it's likely made its landfall. We won't know what the radar image looked. This is a radar image of 30 minutes ago.
We'll find out real soon.
Yep.
He says nervously.
I'm just going to say it in chat, landfall. What does that support? Here's a look at satellite imagery of it making landfall.
Satellite that we can get for now.
Yep. Although this is 30 minutes out of date, so it might have made landfall 30 minutes ago. I don't know.
I don't know why it keeps kicking me. And now I'm back.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
Alright, so this does support the low 970s millibars, so it probably made landfall as a high-end category 2. Someone says, check on unorganized Rafael. Let's take a look at that storm. It's just a
Oh, well,
complete
that's
mess.
dead now at this point.
Yep.
It's, yeah.
It's like multiple
It's
circulations. It does have some convection here, but that's more so just thunderstorms in general, not really associated with the system anymore.
Yeah, that thing, it's dead.
Yep.
It's expired. Which Rafael was definitely having me a bit worried with my area, but
Yeah.
everything switched up last minute.
Yep, and that
But it
may
kind of
happen
reminded
with
me
this
of.
next system. We'll see. I don't know, though. I think this next system
We'll
will
find out.
head towards Florida. I don't know.
I'd say anywhere from like South Florida to like the area where Helene hit.
Mm-hmm.
Should probably keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I don't know. You can
The
see that
key should
the
definitely.
environment does support another major hurricane after this next Caribbean system. The 18Z
In
GFS run just
November.
combines the two.
In November.
Yep. I mean, it's totally possible the Caribbean does support it. It's just how are you going to get the spin going? This first one is just a tropical wave that merges with the Central American gyre, producing something. This next one's just a big bunch of spin out of nowhere. I think that this will be our last tropical wave, though, of the year.
Please.
Yep, so that'd mean we'd have 53
I would
tropical
say
waves.
hopefully the last. I would say hopefully the last storm to hit Florida, but for like a few years. But this we know how it goes. Next year we'll get a few more. And we'll keep going. It's a constant cycle that we're all stuck living in.
Of what? A few more of what?
Storms next year.
Oh, yep.
Next year, then the year it's we're stuck living in it. It's literally it's almost as if like we signed a contract
Yes.
with living here.
Yep. Someone says, what do you think Rafael peaked at? I think that the NHC did a good job with that. 120 mile an hour peak, maybe a little bit earlier than shown here, because recon, or I mean, it jumps from 105 to 120. I doubt that actually happened.
Rafael was another thing that was surprised about. I did not expect it to reach major at
Yep.
first.
I think it had a good
Same
chance
thing
at
happened
reaching
with
Cat 3 or
Milton.
4 before hitting Cuba.
Same thing with Milton. I never thought. I thought it was just gonna be a
Now
big
that one I
tropical
thought it was
storm, and
going to be
then
just nothing. And then it became something
like I
awful.
thought it was like literally just gonna be just a trough. That's about it.
Rafael, I do think potentially busted before hitting Cuba. It was set to become a like Category 4 storm, and then it failed because of an Eyewall replacement cycle.
Not a bad thing.
Yep, and also it was four. It seemed
Cuba
like it
has
could have
been
been
getting
Cat 4 again in the Gulf of Mexico, but it busted for whatever reason and fell
that
apart
wouldn't
very
matter because
rapidly.
it's still gonna just do its little loop in the middle of the Gulf and do
Yep,
nothing.
but still, a
Do
major
its little
hurricane in the
loop.
Gulf of Mexico in the month of November is insane.
Unheard of.
Yep. Right, the newest radar frame is out, and it does show pretty much a landfall. Right there.
Oh my god, that eyewall is getting shredded.
Yep, the western
The
side.
western makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna make a Twitter post about it. Right. Let's go to this.
Don't mind the background noise if you can hear it.
Nice.
So either my door's very thin or they're just loud.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mix.
There we go. Okay, it's posted to Twitter. Yeah, you can kind of see that there's one tower firing here, one over here, so the eye's probably, I don't know, it's difficult telling based off a satellite right now. Because that's like 20 minutes out of date. I'm interested to see how we found this one thing on cyclonics weather.
Gaming with Trip NH1. How is everything? Or wait, hold on. Yeah, how is everything there?
He hasn't. I don't know if he's still watching.
If you're here, I guess.
Yep.
Unless power went out.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that someone in Santiago lost like communication, so they're on like sort of they're on cellular data.
I never lose power here because apparently we are on the hospital power grid.
Mm-hmm.
See what the ensembles look like.
Oh, never mind. I found the found the ASCAT pass things. This is useful. Really wish I had known about this earlier. This is pretty cool, though. You can see it was nearly a typhoon at this point, based off of a scatterometer data. This is a different storm. Alright. Never knew about that. That's nice. Wonder why you can't check other South Atlantic storms on Zoom Earth besides Akara and Katarina. Well, because they're not like officially logged into a database, probably.
That's probably, yeah. What's going on here? Howard, Franklin, Bridge. Oh, wow. Okay.
What's up?
It doesn't have anything to do with the storm, but they're building a new bridge over here, going
Alright.
over the bay, Franklin.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost done.
Nice.
Well, we're going over the we're probably going to go over the bridge next time. Or
Mm-hmm.
one of the next times we go to Paso Grove.
Yep.
Hopefully we do go to Paso Grove Beach just to check out, see how that area did from both storms. 'Cause I
Yeah.
know the Pacific Rim was hit pretty hard.
Yep. Probably gonna keep
Kong-rey.
streaming for another. See when it would be. Probably for another 19, 18 minutes or so. Super Typhoon Ion says, do you plan on making a Western Pacific hypo like me? Yeah, probably next year. Right now, I have to work on seasonal animation, so this has been such a stressful time, spending like 5 hours a day getting this stuff done.
Well, I wouldn't do one for the Atlantic just yet. If
Oh, I mean, I'm already
this,
working on those. I've just worked up to
ah,
Patty. I haven't done
ah,
Patty or Rafael yet. I'm just doing the storms that happen earlier, like in August, June, July, that kind of stuff.
mm,
The
when did
storms
you
that already
start?
have the data in.
That makes sense.
hmm
When did you actually like start?
When did I start working on it? I started working on it in August, but
Oh,
I
so
was
you're
on
just
and
going
off.
along, going as season goes.
Yep.
Ah, makes sense. Instead of having to
hmm
do all that at once.
Exactly. And I'm working on the Pacific one. I started that in like middle of October, and I started the Western Pacific one like a week ago. I haven't even started North Indian Ocean.
So, what did you think of Hone in the Central Pacific?
Oh, Hone was interesting. The whole
How
joke
about
was I made a hypothetical having Hone in the Western Pacific as the strongest storm. So the joke was Hone was forecasted to go into the Western Pacific, and everyone lost their minds because it's like, oh my God, Chase was right. It's gonna.
Oh my God, Jake can predict the future.
Yes.
I remember that seeing that though. Hone going to the Pacific,
Yep.
the typhoon.
Mhm. So yeah, I will do most likely a Pacific and Atlantic hypothetical for next year. I don't know when I'm gonna work on that.
Honestly, this year kind of reminds me of 2004 a little bit,
Mhm. Yeah.
which kind of gets me worried for next year.
2005 repeat now.
Oh God, hopefully not.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't think so.
fleeing.
This year was supposed to be very similar to 2005, and I think it was.
Like the amount of named storms wasn't, but just the strength of every single storm that happened.
Yep.
Well, I'm sorry, a Category 5 hurricane on in early July. You can't tell me that that's a bust.
Yep.
You cannot.
Yeah.
And then that hurricane, that Beryl got, and there's a storm stronger than Beryl hitting Sarasota. Not as Category 5, but
Yep.
that's you can't call that a bust at all. I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Right. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's see if I can pull up hourly precipitable accumulations. I don't know how this works. Not bad. Some areas there. Uh, so there's a decent band that's moving through right now. Um, Santiago gets a little bit of a break, and now they're going to get hit by the brunt of the storm. Southeastern side appears to have the heaviest rainfall rates. Someone says, Shelby says, "Hi HCC, I'm back." Welcome back, Shelby. How are you doing? Alright. Shelby says, "My windy satellite is bugging." Alright, I'm gonna show you something for that then. If I pull up this, it's not just windy, it's literally the entirety of Himawari satellite is glitching out, so
Everything looks like it's having a stroke right now.
yep. It's not just the
Nothing.
website, it's the actual satellite data that's glitching out.
Yeah.
Now the screen turned back to black, which may be a good sign, because initially everything turned to black and then turned to purple. Now everything's turned to black. Maybe he'll come back soon, hopefully. I'm being a little bit too optimistic. So, this is probably what happened when Murat's made landfall. Weather Uncharted says, HEC I'm back, and also fun fact, this year I predicted Helene and Milton and Rafael 2 weeks in advance. Nice. I don't think that that's
What
really,
did
personally, I don't see predicting something 2 weeks in advance as being an accomplishment. It's more so a bunch of luck. Predicting it a week in advance is better.
What did Trump? Windy?
Huh?
Wait, what predicted? Helene and
Weather
Milton
Uncharted
or
said
whatever.
that he predicted Milton, Helene, and Raphael 2 weeks in advance.
I wouldn't. I would just say.
Yeah, that feels like just looking at
Well,
one GFS run, saying, "Oh, this is going to be a bad storm," then it turns out to be a bad storm. Cyclone
well, I mean, this
Winston
is
says
like a
hi.
GFS.
Hmm.
At that point, the model predicted the storm, not
Yes,
you.
the model predicted the storm exactly. Yeah, I forget about that. It's a model run that's doing it. It's modelology versus meteorology.
I mean, unless you were the one completely just making everything, then yeah, then at that point you did it. But it's really
Yep,
the model. So don't say it was you if it was a model.
yep.
You said it was gonna
'Cause there's going to be a lot of storms that you have false
be a bad
alarms on.
storm, but you weren't the one that actually predicted the bad storm. I hate when people do that. I hate it.
Yep. And so it seems like the subtropical storm that
What?
someone was mentioning and has
Ooh.
made landfall as well, roughly the same timing in the Mediterranean Sea. So yeah, I think that's a landfall. Yep.
Wow, we
Now
got
it's
two
going to start
landfalls.
weakening and falling apart. Yeah, this is me with the GFS. This might happen, maybe. Yep.
This could happen. Then it happens. Oh my god, I predicted it!
Yep.
Look at me, guys! I'm such a genius.
My God.
It totally wasn't the model.
I remember
No,
that
it
that
was
used to be me back
me.
in the early days, like 3 years ago or whatnot. I used to do that. It just comes in with the learning process. So I don't really blame anyone for doing that. Just You'll learn with time. Shelby says my windy satellite literally is only black and white. I'm gonna pull up windy satellite right now.
Yeah, yeah, it's a tropical tip. Well, tropical tip. It's either black or purple right now. So pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's just all this right now. This is because it somehow is compiling the
Wow, right?
daylight imagery with it here, because if I go an hour ago, you'll
Wow,
notice how it's
amazing.
less and less. It's because of the sunrise moving through.
What great satellite imagery.
Yep. I mean, all satellites kind of do this. Like, I remember the Eastern Pacific satellite would do this a year ago or so. They had to replace it. I don't know if that was 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Anything's probably gonna have to happen here then.
Yep. Super Typhoon High-End says, RIP Western Pacific. Oh yeah, the satellite in the Western Pacific looks bad, but the basin itself is definitely not dead. We got another 2 systems headed towards the Philippines.
Actually, you should say RIP the Philippines right now, not
Yeah,
the
RIP the
Western Pacific.
Philippines. It's a very sad thing that
That
they're going to be
we,
hit back to back.
it's because my science teacher, like I think it was like in July she moved.
Hmm.
She is from the Philippines. Like she literally lived in the Philippines at that point.
Which part? Like the northern, central,
So
southern?
I I never asked her.
Hmm.
I'll ask her tomorrow.
Alright. Because the northern gets hit the most, the central gets hit a good amount, the southern rarely gets hit.
I mean, at this point, everybody should know: stay away from the north.
Yep.
It's just
Someone's
like a
saying there was a
Floridian
Black Sea
state.
storm on
Oh,
September 24th. Yeah, I was tracking that. I don't think it was a subtropical storm. It got close. I had it as a potential tropical cyclone. I had warnings issued for the coast of Russia and Georgia. That was about it. Wolf3 asked, what was the first named storm of the Western Pacific this year? That was a Winniar, also known as Agon. That was a pretty impressive one. Tried to make it close to major typhoon status while being over the Philippines. Yep. I'm planning on making an animation of the entirety of the Mediterranean as well, but I'm not going to do the PTC since that was unofficial. I might. I don't know. We'll see.
which one, the Black Sea or
Yep, the
today?
Black Sea one.
Black Sea. Or...
Yep. Alright, so around 5 minutes until the stream ends, I think. Yeah, I'm seeing it close to the requirement. I like to see 500 views an hour. It's around 440-ish. I'm probably going to end it for the next 5 minutes. So I'm going to do a real quick summary of all the storms going on from least threatening to most concerning. So starting off with the least threatening right now, we have Rafael. Not doing much, it's just going to die out over the next 72 hours or so.
Telling me that AY is like my...
Yep, the main threat is going to be rip currents across the Gulf Coast with it. Now the next system is going to be
I mean,
that
not
Caribbean.
even like the Tampa. There's no more rip current.
Yep, this one right
There's
here
no
does have a
more.
decent chance, but it is very uncertain if it's going to try and get its spin going. If it does, it's going to try and enter the Gulf and head towards Florida, it seems like. Jamaica, Cuba, Honduras, Nicaragua, Belize, and the Yucatan all should be watching this closely over the next week. Then Florida should be watching over the next 10 days or so. Alright, the next storm I feel like to watch is going to be this southern hemisphere storm. I gave it around a 70% chance of developing. It could become the next tropical depression or storm of the season in the southern hemisphere. Does have a really good shot of doing it. Could become a Category 1. But all in all, it should be headed out to sea. Maybe impact Mauritius and La Reunion. Let me check the latest model run. It's a possibility. It's also a possibility it just curves right up to the north and just dissipates. So we'll see. Then our next system is going to be the one that I did a stream on the last time. Is Tropical Storm Yinzing. This storm is headed towards Vietnam, but it should be a remnant low, just be a broad circulation by the time it reaches there. May make a landfall. Doesn't seem to be too threatening. Right now, the main threat is Hainan Island. They're getting the outer bands of a thunderstorm. Yep. Next thing, oh wait, we just have new cones that just came out. Yep, so the storm here at around 7 o'clock, they had it here, so their landfall was around 30 minutes before ours, I think, roughly. So this forecast calls it to maintain intensity from 20 or 12 hours to 36 hours. So it could even up in intensity. And then it's going to curve over here.
That's new.
I don't expect much out of that. Toraji should then just weaken. It could impact Hong Kong and mainland China, or maybe even Hainan Island. It's too far out to say. Let's just wait until it crosses the Philippines to make that determination. These storms like to do a lot of different things, like a storm that was forecast at the Philippines hit Vietnam and ended its chances. Alright, our next system is going to be 94W, which will potentially impact the northern Philippines. Luzon as a major typhoon, possibly Category 3 or greater. That's going to be something that really needs to be watched out for in the near term. That should make landfall at around, and I'm saying Philippine time, Thursday night or Friday morning. We'll see. Maybe even Thursday morning. Sometime within that 36-hour window or 24-hour window. And then our last system, we'll have to watch this out in the long term, like 10 days, week. Man-Yi, it's going to go through some wind shear. That's going to curve towards the south. If it survives the wind shear, it could go on to become another major typhoon, impacting the central Philippines. Not something to look out for immediately, just something to, pay attention to in the long term.
Once we get past the wind shear, we'll get a better idea.
Yes, because it could very well dissipate. If it does that, it's going to take a long time to try and redevelop. So, live stream, again, we'll be back sometime on either Thursday or Friday. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next storm. Goodbye.